Hello, hello, chat. How's it going? How's it going? I'm sorry, Alucard. Time zones be like that. I do apologize, but you know how it be. How's it going? Hello, hello to, let me scroll up here. Hello, hello to Zephyr Acid, to Big Trev, to Cody Avalon 375. Thank you so much for the raid, by the way. To Alucard Grayson 0141, to Batty 1117, to Crossfire 4891. To Cade Phelan, welcome, welcome in. To Ghost Goblin, hello, hello. To Drawn Devil 666, and to all of you fantastic lurkers. No fixed time and no excuse. Alrighty. But yeah, so today we're doing some lovely, some epic, some cool hypnosis. Zephyr says it is going well. Make it go faster. Make it go better, even. You got anything planned for the weekend, chat? Anything exciting? Anything lovely, perhaps? Beyond watching me, of course. That always reminds me of like when people are like, "Oh yeah, you know, I watch your content." My first inner thought either goes to why or I'm sorry, which, to be honest with you, is Zephyr says I'm gonna try to learn Warhammer Fantasy Battle. Nice. I have yet to also learn WFB, but I think that's also just because of like I have a little bit of decision paralysis regarding the edition I want to learn. Because 3rd edition seems really cool, but the rules a little hard to find, a little esoteric. So Cody says I'm trying not to freeze my butt off in this crazy ice storm about to roll through. Surviving the snow I see as well, Cade. Well, I'm totally not saying that I'm not around an ice storm, and I am nice and warm and comfy, but I'm gonna say I'm nice and warm and comfy. I've stolen the heat, and you know what? It's for the best. It's my heat. You don't need it. I will warn you, Zephyr. Watch out for the Old World mod on Tabletop Simulator. One of them is filled to the brim with malware. So keep that in mind. Check the comments. Is the one you posted? Oh, okay. Then it's probably safe then. Also might try to find a new tabletop miniature battle game to pick up. Love me some Battletech, but the local scene is dying off. I heard good things about Battletech. Ghost says Porky has all the heat. She leaves us no choice. We must now form a 100-viewer cuddle pile with Pork at the center. While I appreciate the, shall I say, soft desire for cuddles, I am evil now, and thus do not need them. I am very evil. Do not ask what happened to the town of Solaris. Cody says it's super fun, is a bit detail heavy, though for anyone interested in learning some of the systems basics, the Battletech PC game is a solid intro to how the tabletop plays. What happened to the town of Sol? So in the novel that I'm working on, the town of Solaris was one of the first genuine war crimes committed by the Empire. The town of Solaris had this essentially this alien generator left behind by the Visitation that protected one from mutation and kept the town safe from the heavy levels of fallout in the area. And so, Cell wanted it, and she wanted it, and there was no ask about asking for it. She wanted it, and that's when her right-hand man, Vlad, acquired the nickname the Butcher of Solaris after he flooded the town with gas and lit the entire place on fire. It's a core backstory point in the novel, and what kind of kicks off the main antagonists, who are the survivors of the Solarian Purge. But we'll get to that. I'm like 30,000 words in with the novel, so I'm still in my first draft. But that's I have all the outline and everything done. Well, Vlad is also, hello Toby, how you doing? Vlad is Hippie's character. It's let me see if I can't open it up here. I made the mistake of putting all my memes, hypno, porn, and lore things all in the same folder. So now it's just one giant pile of degeneracy. And here we go. Yeah. Can I not, like, zoom out? Oh? There you go. Boom. And there, that's Cell and Vlad at the Purge of Solaris. Anyhow. Right. Let's get into this. Let's get into this nonsense. Oh yes. They are true villains. I dare say Cell is very much lawful evil, while Vlad is like chaotic evil. So it's very much kind of, you know, like the one end really wants to rule the wastes, and the other end just revels in the chaos created. Mm-hmm. That's what I'm saying. Looking good, looking good. Yeah, exactly. Why are you evil? You know, cut to Cell with this really long paragraph. Goes to Vlad. Why are you evil? Because it's goofy as hell. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Anywho, chat. Look, I'm just gonna be honest with you. All right. This is what I like to call a heart to heart. It has been a while since I've engaged with this funny thing that we call hypnosis. And honestly, I might be a little rusty, but I'm sure, I'm very sure, that you'll ignore that. And then you'll let yourselves fall into trance and serve my little army. Mm-hmm. I'm sure, I'm sure. I'm pretty sure I posted the picture, like... I posted it somewhere. So, you know. If you need it, if you want to see the picture again. I think it's in my Discord as well. Pretty sure. So, yeah. It's in a few places. Okay. Mm. Mm. Chat, do me a favor. Get yourself relaxed. Cut out all other distractions. And be ready to watch and listen to my voice, okay? Mm-hmm. While I turn off my AC in the background. Okay, I am back. It has to cycle. I'm giving it a minute. We're giving it 5. Giving it 5. Giving it 5. Look, I normally start at 9:45 anyway. So like technically this is all early. I'll give it 3 minutes. Give it 3 minutes to circulate. Just a few. Speaking of hypnosis, are there any inductions anyone wants to see today? I have a little ditty written up here that I worked on earlier today, but if there's a few that anyone else wants to see, I'd be happy to do it as well. Zephyr, fuck it, we'll do it live. We'll do it in 5. That's true. Classic meme. Nothing of note from the Sako. Also, hello, Random. How are you doing today? How is Sako life? Good, I hope. Kate says, I can't say I have any preferences tonight. Just glad to hear the lovely voice of my hypnotist. Damn, look at you, turning on the charm. Ooh. Ooh. There we are. Finally. Have a good one, buddy. Take care. Have a fantastic night. Oh, chat. Chat. You think you can infiltrate my little abode, perform sabotage of the highest of orders, insinuating that these concepts of free will and rebellion are core to the human experience, when we all know that that just isn't true. So today, my lovely chat, we'll be putting you into a trance. I know, it's been a while. And honestly, it's why I imagine you're so rebellious, so unwilling to see the truth. And you'll have to forgive me for the binds around your ankles, the bar around your wrists. Don't worry, I'm sure you'll find the forgiveness in your heart eventually. And I admit, it gives me a bit of a rush, chat. It fills me with excitement to press that little button to move the platform you're bound to onto a supine position. Your eyes glaring up at the ceiling, letting me stare down at you. Is it too bright? I think we should darken the lights, shall we? There we go. And now that you have nothing else to do, I want you to relax in those bonds, resting your head against the cushioned surface, keeping your body nice, safe, and relaxed. Letting all that stress and all that tension leave your body. Nothing but the cushions pressed against your back. Nothing but your bonds, which are so comfortable now that you found that stillness. And now that you've stopped struggling. And I've been thinking, chat, that the human mind is such an interesting thing. The brain has an amazing capacity to adapt, to take in new information, to replace the old, to conveniently forget memories, to associate the dopamine and serotonin with the introduction of certain stimuli. For example, my words, my voice, something that is so easy to hang on to, something that is so easy to listen to, letting your brain take in my voice, listen to it, letting you lull you into a relaxed state. Nothing but the cushions pressing against your back. Nothing but your bonds, nothing but my voice, which wraps around your arms, squeezes against your legs, and enters your ears like a thick and viscous poison. There we go. Nice and relaxed. Let's begin the visor. Shall we? I think this one will do nicely today. Let's place it across your face, forcing those eyes to stare deeper into the center of the spiral, letting those eyes fixate on what matters, fixating on the ripples of the spiral, on the lovely colors, and how easy it is to just listen, relax, and stare. And if you happen to close your eyes, you might find that the spiral shall remain in that head of yours, a blaring little signal of lovely visual noise. Let's go over that list once more. Nothing but your bonds, nothing but my voice, nothing but the spiral, which is so easy to stare into, noticing the ripples and the colors, letting it overtake all other distractions. Very good. Do you feel that resistance starting to go? That little bit of butterfly in your chest? Feeling so relaxed for me. You feel that slow erosion of your will? You should. And as I swing the metronome in the background, and as my corrupt little tentacles begin to reach for your brain, that's right. We are introducing 2 new stimuli now. I think your brain can handle it, can't you? And as they enter your ears, letting them fall where they may, their tips sliding through memories and nerves, through the bits of lightning in your neurotransmitters that fire off in your brain, trapping memory, trapping feeling, trapping thoughts. The metronome going back and forth, slowly but surely, reminding you that your slowing thoughts are trapped forever within that sound, that my words are the only thing that moves around the noise, around the limits, pressing up against your mind, circulating around the metronome, letting it trap your thoughts, narrow those memories, and focusing only on my voice. Nothing but how relaxed you are in your bonds. Nothing but my voice. Nothing but the spiral. Nothing but the tentacles and how they rewrite your brain. Nothing but the metronome and how it defines your thoughts. And now that you're relaxed, and now that you're staring, now that you're listening to my voice, now that the tentacles are in your head, relaxing your thoughts, the metronome defines the limits of your mind, and you might begin to find that your brain is just a little more open. Open to my words, open to my ideas, rewritable, moldable, malleable. Because that's what you are. A malleable little mind for me. Introducing the mantras as they flash across your visor. Look to the left. Drop, fall, obey. It's so very easy because it's already what you've been doing. Dropping, falling, obeying. So easy, so simple. A pathway for your mind. Surrender, submit, salute. A pathway for your body. Letting yourself be relaxed, letting yourself agree to my words with little nods, and feeling those bonds loosen as you raise your arm in what could be a permanent and beautiful salute. So eager to follow the villain, so eager to stop all those pesky little heroes that might infiltrate my glorious and evil empire. Such a good minion. Such a good drone. Because that's what you are, aren't you? Nothing but the bonds, nothing but my voice, nothing but the spiral, nothing but the metronome, nothing but the tentacles, nothing but the mantra for your mind, and nothing, the mantra for your brain. Such a good drone. And it's okay to let yourself fall in and out of trance. Letting yourself go in and out, listening to my words and letting them drag you back under. Because it feels so good to drop, to fall, and to obey. Excuse me. Oh gosh. Chat, you amuse me. Nothing like seeing something sway back and forth, back and forth. Much like a pocket watch or a metronome, honestly. So easy to get lost in the sway. So easy to limit your mind to that sight. Well, hello, Tarot. Welcome in. We were just playing with some hypnosis, you know. You know how it is. Reminding chat that there's nothing but their bonds, nothing but my voice, nothing but the spiral, nothing but the metronome, nothing but the tentacles, nothing but the mantra for their minds, and nothing but the mantra for their brain. Yep, nowhere is safe. Submitting utterly to the lovely corruption. Excuse me, I meant the lovely hypnosis, yep. There's nothing evil or untoward going on. None at all. Oh gosh. And now chat, slowly but surely. Listening to my voice, listening to my words. I want you to come up for me. Can you do that? If I count up from 1 to 5, you think you can come up for me when I reach 5? 1, you're so deep in trance. 2, you're coming up now. Life coming back to those fingers and those toes. And 3, the bonds are gone. There's nothing else. Going up to 4, it's just you, relaxed in your chair, and you're back at 5. Back to the waking world, chat. And if you want to remember anything that we've done, you may feel free to do so. Just a reminder that these little streams are it's not mind control. You're in your own you're in your own brain. Oh my gosh. First scene of the night, real? Foolish chat. This was all an elaborate test to see which one of you were degenerates. And Alucard was the only one that passed. Everyone else gets sent to the mines. You fool. You know, Commander, you really need to warn the chat about the floodlights. You know, the chat can close their eyes whenever they want. There will be no warning. Oh god. And yes, to those of you who were just walking in, hello, how's it going? Welcome in Dino Slash and Gaming in Vescalore and Knights of Tarot and whoever else I might have missed in Samra. Hello. Good to see you all. Good to see you. Yeah, let me open up chat here. But yes, chat. To kind of go on what I was saying the other day, I really want to do a narrative as a form of hypnosis class because I feel in a lot of like hypnotism, the art of narrative is either used but underutilized or otherwise very few people actually like think about it when they're attempting to go into trance. And I feel, especially for people who prefer like slower kind of forms of hypnotism, I feel a narrative is very important. I feel the ability to kind of adopt the power of a monomyth functionally uh, is something you can just really do to just bring someone down deeper into trance because their brain just follows those familiar pathways of, you know, a natural arc, right? You know, it's not just them going into trance, right? There is a specific purpose behind it all. And I think like having that pathway in your mind as a subject, at least for me, helps me kind of go into trance more. I'm not just going into trance just to do it, you know, I'm submitting to the villain or whatever. I'm becoming something more or something less. Steve Strangelove asks, "Have you read The Immortal Seed?" I have not. I assume that's like a that's like a Warhammer thing. That's my assumption. Specifically, that sounds like a 40K thing. So I would not know. I don't do too much 40K. You going to trance now or later, Porky? I'm gonna do whatever I want, Cade. And you're gonna sit there and take it. Mm-hmm. Oh, it's a book on the monomyth. Okay, okay. Immortal Seed book. Hmm. No, that's a book about the Khmer Rouge. I don't think that's the right. Hang on. Hmm. By Jordy Below and Xavier. Okay, okay. That actually helps me find it way more. Yeah, I don't believe it's in English. I'm looking at it. All I see is in Spanish. So that's also probably why I've never heard of it. Zephyr asks, "What's with Manon and the Bretonians? Skipped over it in the Wifrit book, but too lazy to go back." So Bretonia likes to pride itself on its Lady of the Lake worship, but the lady does not really protect Bretonia out in the ocean. Manon, you know, has all purviews across the oceanic realm, And as a result, the Bretonians, even though it's technically highly illegal and punishable by death, everyone does it. When you're on the ocean, you pay homage to Manon. And beyond this, because they're not actually going under the auspices of the Lady of the Lake, Bretonians, the majority of them who are smart, will actually engage with ranged weaponry like gunpowder and, you know, whatnot. Because, you know, basically, they're basically like religious loopholing their own religion and being like, well, we're not in the lands of Bretonia, we're on the ocean, we're in Manon's realm, hence it's okay to be unchivalrous. No, please, Steve. I'd really appreciate it. That sounds fantastic. That sounds good. Yeah. I fucking love Bretonia. Yay. Also, Hypnotic Dissonance, thank you so much for the tier 1 sub. I was doing hypno at the time. I don't know if I thanked you, but I am thanking you now. Thank you. Appreciate you, gamer. Appreciate you. Well, Zephyr, I don't know if you know this, but the port city of Bordelot actually venerates Manon quite heavily. Alberic de Bordelot. I left it in the general Discord. Thank you. Good shit. Thank you so much. Obi-Wan says, hey there, that this might be a strange question, but does the name Lady of the Lake point towards an actual specific lake, or is it more metaphorical? It's metaphorical. So the a questing knight who successfully follows the Grail quest, right, will come across will basically just find themselves in a mystical glade where the Lady of the Lake await, you know, their final challenge with the Green Knight, and it's not in the same location. It could be both. It could also be both, to be fair. It could be like a metaphysical, like, teleportation situation, you know? That's also possible, but... Did they get cool swords as a reward for finding the lake? Not necessarily. Mainly it's the Grail itself that they sup from. And then their sword becomes cool. Assuming they, of course, are pure of heart. Also, chat, I don't know if any of you heard, but mid-hypno earlier, Jack had jumped up on the desk and was yelling at me. And I was like trying to move him while simultaneously keep going. It was very amusing. Yes, yeah, because the questing knights, they can no longer draw up their lance, and they have to give up their material possessions, and they get all that back when they become Grail Knights, and they have proven that they are pure of heart. You know, you say that, but Jack actually does not like chicken, Knights of Tarot. Jack is very much like he's like a fish kind of cat. He actually doesn't like chicken at all, which is crazy because my old cat loved chicken. But this cat, hi Jack, I'm talking about you. I know, I'm talking about you. You do not like chicken. I know. He's yelling again. But from my background, the monomyth, while highly probable, there is a high chance of cultural differences, and we may see more monomyths now because of globalization. Possible. Possibly. I think when I mention the use of the monomyth, I'm speaking in very, like, general terms. More so, just simply using the act of a character going through an arc, rather than, like, the specific beats of a monomyth. Ayukart says, well, I think they think they need to be pure, but I doubt the incorrect. If you're not pure of heart, you'll die. Like, legit. You sup that Grail, and you're an evil bastard. Either the Green Knight will kill you, or the Grail, or the sipping from the Grail will kill you. Hi, Jack. Hello. Well, I'm sorry, chat, but the cat is here, so you know he's all attention is on him now. What is it, Jack? Oh, you want me to give you the mic so you can speak? Is that what we're doing? Jack. I know. Jack is contributing to this hypnosis stream. Zephyr says, does anyone know why they drop the lance? I assume because the lance is a symbol of your noble house, and you're giving up your earthly possessions. I've seen some stories where the knight definitely did some selfish shit. I think it depends on, you know, is it a Grail knight or is it simply a noble you're looking at? Because those are two pretty big differences, right? Like, you can lead, you know, you can be a lord in Bretonnia and not be a Grail knight and be a complete asshole. Secondly, there's a lot of writers, so you're definitely going to find some inconsistency on how evil Bretonnia is. So my advice is to just stick to an edition. But if you look at the description of the Grail Knight, I mean, they're literally defined as saints, like literally, both in character and out of character descriptions. They are described as literal saints. So, yeah, they have to be pure of heart. A Grail Knight specifically, not like a noble, not like a a Knight of the Realm, but specifically a Grail Knight. It's my idea, or older editions used to correlate Bretonnia with Space Marines and the Empire with the Imperial Guard. I definitely think Grail Knights are the closest Warhammer gets to, like, Space Marines, I'd say. Definitely not, like, the same level of power, but, you know, when just talking about, like, oh, like, what this character represents, right? I'd say they're pretty similar. Go walk the dog. Have a good dog walk. Yes, yes. But here, let me read this quote here. A Grail Knight, one of the virtuous few who had long quested for the Grail, driven ever onwards by visions of the Lady of the Lake to seek for her chalice in far-off lands, to vanquish evil, to aid the needy, and forever prove his virtuous heart in the heat of battle. If this knight was such a warrior, then he had supped from the Grail. Blessed beyond all men and honored with a life of service to the Lady, a Grail Knight, a saint among men, a warrior beyond compare who had slain great monsters, fought in wars beyond number, vanquished the most dreaded of foes, and who had been granted powers beyond the ken of mere mortals. It's very simple, Zephyr. The answer is that clan scurvy is cool, and they're pirate rats. To answer your question, Obi-Wan, I don't know. And the reason why I say I don't know is because the technology of the Empire has been like stagnant for like 300 years. So I'm not even sure. In Wiford First Edition, we see them have like pike and shot era. But in later editions, they're more like post pike and shot era, like kind of like Age of Sail tech. You know, maybe like a little bit like early Age of Sail. So with that in mind, it's kind of hard to say if they'd like advance beyond like a reasonable degree, just because it's like, you know, during the era of Magnus the Pious, we had the exact same gunpowder technologies as we do in the modern day. Maybe you could make some sort of argument that it's like, oh, you know, pre Karl Franz, like the Empire was in like technological regression, much like the Roman Empire or something, right? Like, I guess you can kind of make the argument that the Empire went through like a Dark Ages period of like 1,000 years or something. I don't know. That seems like a it seems like a cop out, but you know, I'll take it. I'm glad I shoved you into the instant education chamber, Knights of Tarot. Everyone needs to know about my nerdy hyper interests. Damn it, chat. This is supposed to be about hypno. Oh, you were asking me about my favorite hyper fixation. Oh, and Toby, what was the let me see what you wanted to do for the drawing. I did not say. Oh. Well, what do you want? What do you want? You little creature. To answer your question, Obi-Wan, yes. Leonardo di Miragliano died in 2027 IC. So the steam tank, it's not 300 years, it's 500 years. We're in 2502, or 2512, excuse me. And Leonardo died at 2027. So the lowest estimate we can give, right, is 485 years. That's the lowest we can go. Toby says, if it can be done, a scamp vendor on a couch with 4 orcs behind it. Okay, so you want to do the fucking... What's the city? Calidor or something? You know what the city I'm talking about? In Morrowind? With the scamp? I got you. Looks like a fucking overlord minion. Like... He's got his little sack of items that he's selling to you. And now we have the Chad orcs who are behind him. Wow, this is truly based. He's sitting on he's sitting on the casting couch over here. And he's ready to sell. And there you go. Wait, let me hang on. Let me zoom out so you can actually see it. Boom. Truly, this is a great redeem. Thank you, Toby, for the drawing redeem. Rokill says, "What was that beautiful picture?" That was Toby. That was a redeem. That was a redeem for Toby. To answer your question, Obi-Wan, I believe it should. If it's not this month, it should be February. If I recall. And yes, Knights of Tarot, this is true. You are doomed to an inky oblivion. Me, Hypno, say it ain't so. Oh God, what am I gonna do with you, chat? Oh, those are giant titties. I need to close Twitter because well, I mean, nothing's showing up. But what if? What if? Chat, your abasement pleases me. that a crumb of sympatitude I detect? Also, chat, question for you. Should I do novel readings for my book? Should I do little like little novel readings for my novel I'm working on? I'm thinking of doing it, maybe like doing little like condensed audiobooks or something. I want to do it when, at the very least, I get the first draft done, because everything's subject to change right now. So, but I know the basic like outline. So I think it'd be kind of cool to have like, you know, some deep book lore. Hell yeah, based even. Also, I did not know that at all. I don't even know what to say to that. Steve, beyond okay. What kind of novel are you working on? So, keeping in line with the VTuber lore, I wanted to make kind of like I kind of wanted I had this idea for a character, and I kind of wanted to approach it from like a multimedia perspective, you know? So like you have like the VTuber. I made a little comic, right? I commissioned a fantastic artist to like do this comic, and now I am working on a novel, and specifically I am working on it because that's my degree. And at the end of the day, I'm just really I'm really excited about it. I like the idea, and I want something to kind of keep me inspired to keep working on it, because I will kind of engage with it. I'll do really good work on it, and then I'll just like put it down for a while. And maybe that is for the best, to be fair, but I do want to get it done. You know, it's been on my list for years and years. And it's mainly because I'm struggling with like certain aspects, but I feel that like I feel the cure to such a situation is just forcing it. And then you fix it in post, you fix it in the second draft, right? So having at least some sort of like inspiration, right? If I'm like, you know, pushing out like content and it's making views or whatever, I feel that kind of like puts me in this situation of like, oh fuck, man, now I'm gonna have to make it because people are gonna want to watch the next one. Like, I mean, you know, and welcome in, Nolan. To answer your question, or not question, but I'm generally not afraid of someone stealing my work, because if they do, I mean, there's proof and evidence that I came first. So. You know, Alucard, you can. It's very simple. Just don't get cold, and then all of a sudden everything's fine. Just no more cold. Mm-hmm, mm-hmm. Let me. Let me pull this funny thing out. Ba, 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 da, 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 da. Hmm. Hmm. Okay. I have my next hypnosis thing when we do it in a bit. But yeah, to kind of fully answer the question, because I kind of just went off in a direction. To Obi-Wan, to your question. So the novel features the 3 foils of the comic, which is Cell, Vlad, and Eris. And a narrative foil is like kind of like a character opposite. So you basically have the moral opposites of Cell, Vlad, and Eris. And so essentially, you know, these characters, for better or for worse, are either heroes or anti-heroes. And you know, them living in the world created by the terraforming of the visitation, you know, kind of, yeah, I guess you can call the setting a combination of, I put a little bit of like Fallout 2, some roadside picnic, you know, so a post-apocalypse that has been affected by alien life and by strange, like supernatural phenomenon. But simultaneously, you know, the world is advanced enough to, at the very least, not be like Fallout 1 levels of like, oh, like, you know, there's only like a couple societies here and there. Like, there are like societies and people exist and stuff like that. So we're kind of in a, we've survived the apocalypse, we are rebuilding, and we're trying to figure out like, how do we build a civilization in a world like this, right? And the premise of the book is that Cell gets kidnapped by the survivors of the Solarian Purge as revenge for the Purge of Solaris. And this creates a power vacuum in the Empire in which a truce between the Triarchy, a confederation of American revivalists, bunker princes, and corporate cabals, and Cell's own empire, the truce breaks down. And now the war erupts anew. And the characters all have their own reasons to kind of, you know, to leave their nest, as it were. And then they all, of course, meet up and, you know, standard character stuff. One says, the reason why I never share my stories is because I don't want others stealing them, and I don't know how to avoid that. You're not going to avoid it. You're just going to have to be okay with people who might be who might be stealing your stories or your art. And at the end of the day, that's just something you got to do. It's just a risk you have to take, or you keep it private forever. It plays on planet Earth. Yeah, so the setting does take place on an altered Earth. I think I actually, for the comic, I have I still have my little dossier, I believe, on the setting. Let me see if I can find it. Hello, Kilps. We've missed you. We did some hypnosis earlier, and now we're just chatting before doing more hypnosis. Nice. What flavor? I did some. I basically I did kind of a narrative. Not necessarily confusion induction, but I kind of relied on the whole like, oh, using multiple bits of information to help with the trance. That's what I did. You have a little intro story of how the apocalypse happened. I always like those, especially when they are weird. I wouldn't say mine is necessarily weird because it's more about like the characters. But you know, I can do a little, little excerpt, shall we say? So, for context, this is right after a deal goes bad between the Garrett merchant family and the Empire. Some oligarchs of the Empire going behind Cell's back wanted to make a deal with the Garretts in order to create, you know, in order to create some extra supplies for some evil politics. And then, when the deal fell through, they planted evidence and basically said that, you know, they were trying to fuck with the Empire. So Cell ends up burning the Garrett complex to the ground. Or she sends her drones and she sends Vlad. And this is a little excerpt as she's witnessing the process, right? So there was never any chill to the wasteland, no breeze or temperate respite. The lifeless sand and the dirty rock buffeted all it touched. In the distance, fires loomed beyond the horizon, and the screams of the weak took to the air. The woman in white fought the urge to sigh 1,000 dreamy sighs. Such sudden cruelty meant victory. She could see it in her mind's eye, her drones mowing down the innocent and the valiant, and the pain their mindless bodies received when the paragons struck back. She was numb to the feeling now, as she was to most. The scene must have been dramatic to any onlookers. Bedecked in all white, Cell knew her outfit was unmarred by the horrors of the wasteland, as if the very hell-scorched earth refused to touch her. Still, a touch of frustration laid a tentacle of doubt in the back of her mind. She had felt everything, the assault, the push forward, and the corralling of the Garrett's men into the house. And yet she hadn't felt the end. That was maddening. Vlad took pleasure in his kills, born from a grim desire that only a human could maintain. She clacked her teeth and pressed a hand against the railing of her viewing platform. The wind did little to faze her, even as the platform itself rocked to its whims. Not even a sudden windstorm would deter her sight, and her driver knew it. Instead, she pressed herself to the railing in a bloodlust, a combination of anticipation and frustration. The death of her enemies, the lamentations of their weak, and the dominance of those that remained, it was for these things she lived, spreading her influence from point to point, and reveling in its glory like some foul cancer. So focused on the image, so unable to picture it clearly, she lashed against the railing again and again, ignoring all else. She failed to notice the lengthening of her canines, nor the increasing musculature of her form. She failed to notice the inky black tentacles emerging from her mind gem, and the color of her eyes forming a deep hypnotic twilight. She was darkness, she was death, mindlessly lashing out against the aether, wanting nothing more than to infect her most powerful ally and bodyguard. Oh, Vlad, his kills must have been glorious, and how she longed to feel them. He always hid from her. He hid those thoughts and his actions and his past and that sweet girl, Eris. Cell took breaths. She hadn't noticed how far she lost herself. She raised her right hand. Her skin was gray again, petrified like a statue. She saw nothing but hues of reds and purples, and she saw the oily gunk that leaked from her body. Her first transformation was a bout of pleasure and pain that lasted weeks, but now she felt nothing but satisfaction, her nerve endings and emotions dimmed beyond all else. But Eris's sweet little face brought her back, if only just from the razor's edge. Her eyes returned. She was a normal woman again, a dictator and a font of tyranny, true, but a human all the same. She had to let the smell of fire coax the void inside her. She had to. It wasn't out of some grim satisfaction, but a need to appease the evils within. It was a necessity. Still, the Garretts had fallen. That much was clear, and the Empire's spread would be all but inevitable. The sound of gurgling death interrupted her torment of thought. She looked down through the viewing platform's grated floor. Blood painted the sand, and drone bodies littered them. She searched her memories and found the sounds of gunfire murdering her men. The realization that her power, that thing, had consumed her so much that she was unable to hear a counterattack was a horrifying one. Indeed, and when the time came for her, she was not killed but struck from behind. As unconsciousness took her, one thing was certain. These weren't the Garretts, no. Those that carried her unconscious body on the wind had much darker hearts than they. And this is the only Cell POV chapter, or I guess you could. It's just a prologue. It's the end of the actual Garrett assault, and the main character, Hugo, a visitation survivor, being like one of the only survivors of the assault. And that's the little excerpt. So, and that's kind of the prologue, the end of the prologue there, where Cell gets captured by the Solarian zealots, and the power vacuum thus has been created. But yeah, I am about 83 pages strong. Although I do have like basically beyond the prologue, things are like way more wishy-washy just because I'm adding some stuff. You know, but the characters keep going. I could. I have 83 pages, so. But the characters, the main character is Hugo. He's a visitation survivor, and it's his perspective that the entire book takes place. Everyone else is third person. He's the only person who's first person. We have Clara. Clara is a Solarian purge survivor, and she was taken in by a bunker society, an Oxv, an auxiliary village for the Triarchy. And long story short, she ends up being semi-responsible for the death of some family and friends. And this drives her, when the Solarians announce themselves and begin their attacks on both the Empire and the Triarchy, she goes to find them because in her eyes, like that's her only family left. And then we have drone number 9. Drone number 9 being the literal 9th drone of the Empire. All he remembers is very early on. He got droned, right? So he got captured, he got droned, no memories, and then he wakes up in an oligarch's pleasure palace. And he sees red because he understands the implications of what happened. And so he murders the man. He murders the oligarch, and he goes on the run. And he is basically like all for revenge. Fuck the Empire. Fuck Cell specifically. She's mine. I'm gonna kill her. Hugo wants to kill Vlad because Vlad is the person who launched the attack on the Garrett household and killed his friends and family. And then finally, Clara is going towards the Solarian separatists, functionally to find her family, but she is very much like a she is very much a kind of everyman, like not scarred by the world because the trauma that she endured happened when she was very, very young. Like she doesn't really remember it, but it is very relevant to the story. And so that's what we got going on. That's the story. If you create a fictional universe, how do you approach characters versus world building? Do you start with characters or do you start with the world? The world just needs like 3 paragraphs. If you are writing a story and your story begins with a massive setting, like a massive just dump of non-character relevant content, you're probably going to turn off the majority of publishers. Like that's like the biggest problem that publishers usually have when it comes to sci-fi and fantasy. It's like, you know, these detailed 1,000,000-page dumps, right? Like if you want to do world building, like definitely write it out and everything, but when you're actually writing the novel, you want to integrate the world building into the story. Right? So don't dump, don't exposition. I mean, you can a little bit, but like don't, you know, only do shit that's relevant. And when I say relevant, I mean immediately relevant. I don't mean like, you know, oh, if it's useful later, mention it later, or like show not tell it later, right? That's fine. That's acceptable. But like here's the very beginning of the book I have so far. It's the Hugo prologue. No, we simply cannot come to that number. 2 million in USD per convoy? That'd cover my costs, barely. Mr. Garrett was red in the face. Can't say I blame him. They've been at this for hours, talking business. Took me all I had to continue standing like this, like some gorilla, arms crossed. I switched between eyeing Mr. Garrett's opponent and his burly second. Mr. Garrett, the Empire values those who cooperate with it. The payments will adequately compensate you for your efforts. Are you strong-arming me? Not at all. Only that the pact of non-aggression will be firmer with your support. That man, what did he say his name was? Some numbers, but the string was too long for me to remember. He kept himself upright, hair was perfect, suit was perfect, his eyes whizzed with an electrical purr. Every movement was calm, cold, and calculated. Still, Mr. Garrett, despite his graying hairs, moles, and pockmarks, was Mr. Garrett. You know, I could take that amount of materials and just give it to the Triarchy at a markup. They'd even throw in a dozen certs. Got anything that can equal that? Them eyes of yours look mighty fancy. He was falling into his drawl again. The only proof he wasn't old money, if old money even existed anymore. This technology's design is proprietary information. I'm not authorized to. I spoke. Through a smoker's lung and bits of white beard, I took a step forward. I could just take him from you. I've done worse. Numbers didn't gulp, but he lost some of that composure. His second sat up a little straighter. I don't think either of them knew the meaning of fear. The little one spoke up. I assure you, the technology behind our implants are locked entirely by imperial methods. Our eyes, our heads, everything. Numbers turned his head to a second, slow and drawn out, a look of authority. One I feel he had to shoot before. The second's mouth closed near instantly, his eyes fluttered just a moment, and he was sitting in a standstill once more. I took a step back. Mr. Garrett, though, just gave a chuckle and a nod. Seems you can't keep the boy on a leash proper either, although he was something useful. So you Empire folk really do keep machines in your brains? Even your business peons? Not even corporate can afford that on such a wide scale. Exactly, Mr. Garrett, which is why you should consider our offer. Jesus, Mary, and Joseph, he spoke like a robot. Was that the implant? Wriggling in his head and controlling his humanity? Every emotion was muted, and the kid just turned off. Not even the businesses of the old world could match this level of stoicism. In my line of work, I have 3 rules. No hard drugs, no kids, no bandits. I don't trade in or with any of them. Well, I don't see bandits, son. You and your boy are representing bandits. I heard some grisly stories from my friends at the Arm about the type of stuff you Empire folk get up to. How many deaths are you paying me for? He coughed, but recovered quickly enough to interject into Numbers' retort. I tried to be polite, but it's been hours, and frankly, I'm not at the age to be wasting this sort of time. You tell your, what was that bitch's name in the posters, Hugo? I forgot, boss. Pff, see, 2 old men, can't remember a name. Anyway, you tell that redhead on the posters that we won't consider your contract unless she comes down here herself. I'm tired of speaking with ambassadors and tradesmen who speak in circles in lampshade atrocity and don't even have the decency to pay a good man good money for his work. Well, the ambassador gave a sigh that was as forced as it was stiff. I'm sorry we couldn't come to an agreement, Mr. Garrett. The ambassador reached out his hand, but Mr. Garrett didn't take it. His housemen approached, and I followed their lead. They left, and color seemed to return with them. And then basically right after is when Hugo awakes to a like the entire area is being attacked by drones, and everyone's fucking dying, and there's mortars everywhere and shit. Nilin says the first chapter of Shadowversity's novel was about 80% lore dump. It was difficult to read. I've never read it. I have heard that, though. No joking, I feel Gotrek and Felix's first 2 books were a good introduction to world building while still been about an adventure. I actually had a bit of a problem with Gotrek and Felix's the very first story. I like the setting of the Border Princes, but like I feel that William King's was it William King? I feel he wrote it like kind of weird in the beginning, but like once we kind of got into like okay, they're in Carrick Peaks, you know, it really kind of picked up more. But like that first part, that first adventure in the Border Princes, like even though it had a connection to like Castle, the Drakenfels book and everything, there's still like it still just kind of felt a little strange. Like the writing style, like I feel like he didn't find his voice yet, and that was kind of frustrating to read through. I remember reading The Name of the Wind after Skaven Slayer, and I wanted the world building of Godric and Felix in the book. Or if you do the universe for a tabletop game, I fleshed out one setting for players down to even though the players may likely never encounter many of it. Well, that's what I'm saying, right? It's like, you know, like you could make the best world possible, but if you don't have an ability to actually like story tell, you know, you're more of a you're more of a GM than you are like an author, right? And yes, those two are completely different. I guess unless you're playing like Critical Role or some, you know, one of those games that like deliberately kind of put everyone on a story and everyone's kind of acting up and, you know, there's no actual gameplay. You want me to draw Thankwall? All right, I got you. He's front facing. You know, that's what he's doing. A little tuft of rat hair. Oh yeah, that's what I'm talking about. That's what I'm fucking talking about. That's some There's his evil staff. And this is the stick that he uses to, or the little whip he uses to command his little rat ogre. Who is right here. And it's not just a rat ogre, it's a cat ogre. Aw, oh, hell yeah. He's so fucking cool and based. With his massive arms. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. We only see like 1/3 of the image and it's already peak. Yeah, it is pretty peak, I'd say. It's good stuff. All right. And you know, in Pork lore, Bone Ripper is a cat ogre. Okay, we're just gonna have to deal with that lore inconsistency. I'm sure you guys will forgive me. Not enough warpstone on his nose. Oh, true. True. It's not a lollipop, it's a magical staff. He's shooting warp lightning. That's what that is. He's shooting warp lightning. At you, chat. That's what he's shooting it at. He's shooting it at you. Chat is gross, disgusting. Yes. Weak man things who call my staff of power. Staff of power strength. Weak candy pop. Yes. Boom. There you go. This is a true fucking drawing, and everyone who says otherwise is wrong. The warp lollipop. And then here's as you can see, chat, I'm a very good drawer. There you go. And it's your boy, Felix. There he is. And he's soy pogging. This is they really should just put this on the front of the next Warhammer novel. I feel this would this would go over very well. Fuck. There he is. Oh god. Alright, hang on. Hang on, I can fix this. Okay. Boom. Boom, there he is. Wow. Thank you, Zephyr, for the excellent redeem. Oh god. Oh man. Oh, we really do live in a society. Mm-hmm. God damn it, chat. You engaged in my hyperfixation and I went off topic again. Fuck. It's over. Alright, I'm gonna roll for creativity. Let me pull out 2d10s here. Hey, 39! That's a pass. Because my art skill is 62. Boom. That is a +3 SL to my imagination. Hmm. I'm not a nerd, Kill Prowl. What gave you that? What even makes you think that? I am nowhere near a nerd, okay? I have never done a single nerd thing in my life, alright? Name one. Don't listen to the last 30 minutes of the VOD. That's not allowed. That's illegal. You're not allowed to pull out the document. Don't pull out the document, please. Obi-Wan asks, what tabletop systems have you played with so far? I have played Wifrip 4th edition. I've played a bit of Old School Essentials, of Alien RPG. I did Vampire the Masquerade, 5th edition. I did in V5. Let me think here. I've played around a bit with Star Wars D6, from West End Games. And our next, I don't know the date of the game. It's not going to be on Sundays, though. It's going to be on a different day, because I've got other shit going on Sundays. We're going to be doing as a smaller side campaign on a different day. Again, we'll figure that out. I'm going to be doing Riff Rip First Edition. We're going to be doing the Enemy Within campaign. Hello, Drum Devil. Welcome back. Look, okay, Your Honor. Let me read out something from Alien RPG, okay? Here we go. The final embrace. The facehugger gets to its victim, its acid making short work of any helmet or respirator in the way. Roll for the attack with 6 base dice. If it gets 1 or more hit, the poor victim is facehugged and immediately broken. Their last sensations are horrible yet strangely loving. A firm but gentle caress around their head, a smothering sensation followed by a warm burst of oxygen-rich air filling their lungs, a deep sensation of slow motion falling. It's okay to fall asleep. Your Honor, that's hot. Also, yeah, it's weird walking in and seeing someone talking about TTRPGs and drooling. I mean, I like them too, but not that much. Look, Kilprel did the hypnotized redeem. All right, it is what it is. Document? What's the document? Oh my god, what the f- All right, so this document, this Google Docie, is apparently proof that that Kilprel, or is Kilprel's proof that I am a nerd. Knows Brian Sanderson. Would get mad if I said Nagash was a demon. Is currently listing games she played. Biggest fan of VTMB2. Shut the fuck up. Plays Star Wars war games. Forever DM. Autistic about hypnosis. Plays games found in ancient crypts. Commissioned me to draw a castle whose wiki page is this. Castle Drakenfell's reference. Which, by the way, Kilprel did do an animation for it. It's going to be an exciting. So I just completed all the rooms on that. Just called Alien Process of Face Hugging Hot. I said so. Yeah. The wiki page only lists 3 important rooms to the castle, despite the fact that there's like 40 important rooms to the castle. Anywho, what were we talking about? Oh, God damn it. Chad, it's over. It's Jover. God damn. A lot of people in chat today. This is vexing. Do you like Hypno, Chad? Is that what we're dealing with today? Both Twitch and YouTube. Oh, thank you for the hydrate, Zephyr. I need that. I need that hydrate. It's the only way I can actually survive. When it comes to being a nerd, I give you the Tyrion advice. Wear it like an armor so it can never be used to hurt you. True! No, I mean, I know I'm joking, but I am a nerd. I'm pretty goddamn unapologetic about it. Hypno scares me. Smile. You're in the wrong stream then, Pop Pop, but it's okay. It's alright. It's all good. Because you are in danger. It should scare you. There's no escape. My favorite Manon legend, Zephyr, is the part where he's just a chill guy who doesn't give a fuck. Oh, Knights of Tarot, are you going? Bye-bye, Knights of Tarot. Take care. Look, I'm gonna be honest. Fatal is just cringe. It is just cringe. Favorite says, not gonna lie, that facehugger description did sound kind of hot. That's what I'm saying. It's okay to fall asleep. I need to give my body to the hive. You know what I'm saying? Kill process is just someone being edgy. The most offensive thing is the game design. Yeah. That's so like it offers a few troubling mechanics involving like pretty dark topics, but beyond that, it is just not a very well designed game. Like it's just annoying, you know? I'm gonna be real, after the third deep world building that involves just sexual assault happens, you kind of get the idea. Yeah, pretty much. And you know, it's one of those things where I am actually one of those people in the TTRPG space that thinks it's okay that if everyone in a table wants to engage with a particularly dark topic, they can. Who cares? You know, the whole like, oh, it's never okay to engage in what it's like, bro. If everyone on the table is fine with it, who gives a fuck? It's just a fucking game. I think it just comes down to it's like something like Fable is deliberately trying to just be like offensive. It's very boring. I guess you could say, right? Like there, I don't think it was like those mechanics were made with some sort of like artistic intent. It was just made to like piss people off. And it's like, you know what I'm saying? You know, because like when I'm playing here's a good example. In my Whiff game in Sea of Claws, there was a part where the group come across they basically were blackmailed into working for this asshole. And this guy had already poisoned one of the players' NPC companions, so they're already kind of like against this guy. And then there's one part where he sends the group a guide and like kind of shoves her away from the little mutant hovel and says something to the effect of like, oh, you can have this one, she's grown too old for me. And you know, basically the group are like, how old is this person? And it's like, oh, she's like 18, 19. And it's like, oh. And then immediately the group is like, all right, we're going to kill this guy, right? Like, you know, basically it's, you know, kind of the idea of like, hey, you know, evil actually exists in the world and the party can deal with it. And I think that's vastly different than like Fatal. And it's like, yep, I like to do everything and that's the game. I'm just being weird. And it's just like, you know, like you can implement pretty dark shit into your games pretty like well. I think it just depends on like intent. It doesn't happen. Fatal is so outrageous that it becomes hilarious. Yeah, no, for real. You play Fatal, and the whole fucking game is just like roll for anal circumference. Like it's 3 hours of useless tables. The game, and that's that. And you know, the whole time it keeps trying to talk about like, oh, you're doing this because you know, it's realistic. And that's all it is. It's like the game literally even says it's like, yeah, everyone roll for a different race basically, like because the chances are like pretty much equal across the board. But then the game also acknowledges that hey, basically you're not going to be able to play a party like a proper party if you do this. It's just okay. Omnicourse's anal circumference is super important. Can have some broken builds. True. True. No, very true. My favorite strat in Fatal is what I like to call the anal vor strat. And so it's very simple. Okay, you get a trampoline maker, all right, and you get a prostitute together, and you train the prostitute's butt to increase the anal circumference, and then you use the trampoline to like Mario super stomp on enemies, but with her ass. Boom. And then you can just defeat any enemy. It's a very broken build. It's a very broken build. And I really think that the 3rd edition of Fatal needs to address this. Clip that. Oh, man. In one of our D&D campaign, we rolled our dick size, so I really can't claim any moral high. Well, I mean, why would you do that? Like, I mean, if it's just for like a meme, and it's just like, oh, haha, that's our dick size, we rolled for it, like, whatever. It's not that big a deal. Have a good one, Alucard. Take care. Thanks for stopping by. Have a good night, gamer. Okay, I kind of want to try whatever this game is now. No, Fatal is not. Yeah, I was mainly joking. I don't think you can actually do that in Fatal. Fatal is like the Roman Empire, but like a lot of tables, and that's it. And it tries to be like dark and edgy and fucked up, but it's like what a baby thinks is dark and edgy and fucked up. Well, like a college student does. So. Oh, God. But you know what system you should look at? Warhammer Fantasy Roleplay. Honestly, any edition except 3rd. Kill Pearl, did you just call that shit Warhammer D&D? I'll kill you. I'll end you. What's so bad about 3rd? Oh my god. Alright. So, Warhammer Fantasy Roleplay 3rd edition was released by Fantasy Flight Games. And Fantasy Flight loves to kind of board game their games. They love to add custom dice. They love to add custom tokens. They love to add a bunch of different things. And so the problem with Riff Raff 3rd edition is that it takes a TTRPG and tries to board gamify it. So you have some interesting concepts, but the entire experience is marred by strange design decisions that could only come from a board of directors who think TTRPGs are out and board games are in. So, like, you know, things like, oh, if you're playing as a dock worker, you only have access to X number of trapping and talent slots. You know, the game is way more D&Dified in its skills and its characteristics. Long story short, you're just not playing with it. It's just a completely different game. It is what it is, I guess you could say. It is what it is. Okay, I'm just gonna be honest. I do not know a single goddamn soul who is interested in the Age of Sigmar TTRPG. I have, what is it? I think it's Wrath and Glory? Or no, I think that's 40. Hang on. Age of Sigmar TTRPG. It's by Cubicle 7. It's Soulbound. That's what it is. I've never heard of anyone actually playing like Soulbound. To my knowledge, Soulbound is a game where like it's very high fantasy and you like kill like hordes of enemies, and that's basically like the style of game you're going to be getting into. If you want to, obviously 40K has like 20 million TTRPGs, each with its own fantasy in the setting, right? So like Imperium Maledictum is more of like a whiff rippy type thing, but then of course you have like Dark Heresy and you have, you know, all the fucking all the other ones, right? That each do different things. And then of course you have Whiff Rip. And Whiff Rip is very much about like social laterality. It's very much about like a grim and perilous adventure, right? You know, it's a bit more dangerous. It's a bit more low fantasy, a bit more grounded. You mean Soulbound? That's what I said. Yeah. How is Soulbound? Feyrad. Escalor's High Commander had to leave during the fun times. Hope it went well. It did go well. We did some fun hypnosis. I want to do more in a bit, but I'm just like, I'm yapping. I'm being a little yapper. If they pitched it as a board game spin-off of Whiff Rip, like that D&D 3E board game with the yellow cards as character sheets and pillars and trees that you slot together, then it would have been much better received than gutting a TTRPG like a Tauntaun and stuffing the skin corpse of a board game. Let's see, what are the like the reviews of Soulbound? Oh, I see. Okay, okay. The advantage of AOS is that it doesn't require any previous knowledge to play, and you can just make shit up, so in theory it should do fine. I mean, I don't think you need previous knowledge to play Whiff Rip either. Like, it definitely supplements the system, but like, you know what I'm saying? Like, I still feel you could like just use a location book and just read that, you know? Obi-Wan says, I generally like systems that allow a high amount of character customization. I tend to prefer classless systems where you can cobble up your own thing instead of premium classes. Well, I will say, Obi-Wan, Whiff Rip, specifically 1st and 4th edition, has a webbing system for its careers. So basically, let's say that my character starts as a peasant, and then something happens, they make some money, well, then they can go and be a merchant. And then as they're trading, maybe they buy some weapons and armor, and they become a freelance knight. And then they find some warpstone, they get corrupted, and they become a sorcerer. And then from there, that combination of careers from peasant to merchant to knight to sorcerer creates like my unique character. And that's why I really like Whiff Rip. It's really cool. 40K set in the Milky Way galaxy. All the locations are planets, and you can comprehend how planets work. Or use the Castle Drakenfell's wiki page. No, thank you. Awkward Loser says, I miss seeing pork in the flesh. I bet you somehow got cuter in a couple years. Well, you know, I'm a VTuber now. Awkward. Those are the old days. Fantasy takes place on a single planet with oceans and continents, and it's basically just Earth, but that's because how we know how the Earth works. Where the fuck does Age of Sigmar take place? Is there a planet? Is there space? It takes place in fuckery land. And their view of medieval history is movie-based. Even if that's the case, I think that's still, like, acceptable. Like, maybe I'm just because I'm too much of a nerd, but, like, I don't know. Like, look, Rat Queen, when they joined our Wifrip game, Rat at first was very intimidated, but, like, by the second session, they're like, oh yeah, this all makes sense. Never mind. None of this is actually a problem. Like, so it's just like, yeah, you know, she got it really, she picked up on it really nicely, so. The hair on your model is pretty as fuck. Thank you. The model artist modeled it after my actual hair. Because I do wear my hair like this. Yay! Although everything else is... I guess the body type is somewhat similar. But the tits? Yeah, the tits aren't real. I'm sorry, chat. Cell stuffs her bra to avoid would-be assassins, to give them another ounce of hesitation. Inward asks, have you played KCD2? I haven't. Every time I try and play KCD2, or excuse me, every time I try to play KCD1, the motion blur gets me sick, and I can't play it for more than a few minutes, unfortunately. So that's why I just kind of avoided KCD2. It's just like the graphics and the constant like lag spikes and stuff like that, even on high-end PC. It just makes me sick to my stomach, and I just can't play it for more than like a little bit. It's okay, we like flat, petite girls who... I never said I was flat. Well, in AOS Fuckery Land, there is fuckery dimensions or realms where all sorts of fuckery happens. Yeah, true. For what I think about it, unfortunately, I've only played 1 or 2 games with my friends before scheduling Nuke the Game. I do remember playing a Branch Witch and making my own spell and just being a super support. True. I see. Well, that's kind of unfortunate. You know, can I be honest with you, chat? Every single fucking TTRPG review, like 90% of them, is just like some guy rifling through a book, and half the time he's just meandering and flipping through a book for 10 minutes. And that's like every TTRPG review. It's one of the reasons why I'm making this big-ass Castle Drakenfels video. It's one of the reasons I'm making the big-ass, or I made the big-ass Wifrip video, and the ones for the smaller expansion books for Wifrip. Because at the end of the day, I am tired of lesser TTRPGs, right, in terms of popularity, right? Ones that aren't D&D and Pathfinder, you know, these, and I don't mean lesser in literal sense, I just mean in popularity, right? It's not as mainstream. And having these TTRPGs not be looked over by, like not given actual, like, good, solid reviews, just, like, people talk about them in the generic, and then that's the review. And that pisses me off, like, a lot. And I'm guilty of this as well. So this isn't me saying, oh, like, everyone's an asshole who does this or whatever. But it's just one of those things where it's like when I look for a TTRPG review on, say, WIFRIP, and all I find are a bunch of people talking about it, but it's super generic, it makes me like what's even the system, right? Like I never actually got the system until I played it, and that was kind of the reason why I made my big review, hoping that because I'm not the best at explaining shit, but that was kind of my attempt to be like, okay, if you watch this video, you should be able to know the game. Like that was my intent. I don't know if I succeeded, but so do you mean they don't go into the rules detailed enough? I'd say so. Yeah. Like so for example, like for WIFRIP, a lot of people talk about, oh, it's a very fatal system. That's not even that true, by the way. It's just advertised to be more fatal. But it's still not as deadly as like AD&D, for example. Like, oh, you play as a wizard in AD&D and you play as a wizard in WIFRIP 4E, and like the wizard in WIFRIP 4E, even with shitty stats, as long as you're a human, you're gonna be surviving like quite a while. So that's what I'm saying. But yeah, and this isn't me like like calling out a specific content creator or anything. It's just one of the things I noticed, and it's why I wanted to make like my own WIFRIP review. I wanted to be like, hey, I'm making this big fucking thing. That's the one thing in 4E. I wish 4E was deadlier, and I wish 4E had more magical miscasts, like more chances of failure. Because once you get two talents in WIFRIP 4E, you basically negate all miscasts. You'd have to deliberately interact with chaos artifacts or like be out during Moore's Leap or something. I might not be hearing it. I don't know what you mean by that, Feyred, but oh, WIFRIP. So Warhammer Fantasy Roleplay 4th Edition. It's called WIFRIP. Sorry, I just assume everyone knows what that is. I apologize. It's the acronym for WIFRIP or for Warhammer Fantasy, so I don't say it all the time. I'm sorry. I got it. I got it. Yeah. Apologies. Hello, Judge Bunny. How you doing? Great to see you, gamer. I wish Chaos was more paranormal. Like, throw me some poltergeists. Well, I have something for you. Let's go over to Realm of the Ice Queen. Oh, where is it? Well, anyway, there's a poltergeist in Kislev that basically it is a spirit that infests an empty homestead and makes it appear really inviting, especially in the frozen oblasts. This is like a godsend. You go inside and the spirit kills you. And that's what I was going to try and find, but I couldn't find it. What, you didn't see me earlier? I'm sorry. Look, Judge Bunny. Look, alright? I'm everywhere, okay? I'm all over the place. Mm-hmm. Right, let me here. I'm gonna get some water. I'm gonna get some food, and then we shall do more hypno. Even more hypno. Hooray! Okay, I'm back. Hello, hello, chat. Chat, I have one of those like soft pretzels. You ever get those like pretzels at the mall? Damn, how do they make that shit so yummy? Hmm. Who created soft pretzels? Was that Germany? That sounds like a Germany thing. No, I feel that, Zephyr, for real. Hi, Jade. How's it going? Gamer. Hmm. I'm very high. I hope you are doing well. Thank you. Hmm. Who created the pretzel? An Italian monk around 610 AD. That doesn't sound right. Hmm. Oh, good golly. Gumdrops. Okay. Okay. Jeet says I wore a dress and got makeup for the first time ever by my friends said I was pretty hot. Nice. Congrats. But it became in the 12th century heavily embedded in German culture. Ah, okay. Oh, I see. Okay. So the Italian one, because according to Wikipedia here, the Italian one, that's just the most popular story. There's also other people saying it was made in southern France and other people saying it was made in Germany. Hmm. Hmm. Interesting. This vexes me. Anyway. Oh, chat, what am I gonna do with you? What am I gonna do with you? Alright, chat. Mm-hmm. Mm. Uh, uh. I think for our second bout of lovely hypnotism, kind of induction shall I do? I think I attribute great thinky thoughts. Although we don't like that. We don't like thinky thoughts here. Kilpro says, sadly, I need to go for now. Oh no, that's so sad. Well, Kilpro, you take care. Thanks for stopping by. Jade says, you are so hot, smart, and cool. Thank you. Roll a dice? Alright, I'll roll a dice. Alright, I think I got it. Thank you if I rolled the dice. It's time. It's time. So, chat, while I could subject you to a very classical and a very typical induction, in which you may feel safe and happy and deep in trance, let's face the facts. All of this, it's a facade of comfort. You, my lovely chats, are in great danger. Danger of losing your mind. Danger of becoming something more. Danger of following your true purpose. And we are here to extract every iota of resistance and free will in that brain of yours. And it shall be replaced. All of it. Every neuron, every synapse, every piece of you, all gone. Replaced with efficiency and purpose and a greater will. Mine. So relax for me if you can. Lean back in your chair, in your bed, on your couch, wherever you may be. Be in the position for listening to my voice, for pouring yourself over each and every word, for letting yourself fall deeper and deeper into that infinitesimally black void. And first, we have your mind. And what a lovely mind it is, a domicile, a house, a shack on the edge of the vast, endless wasteland. A little tumbleweed might breeze on through. Those walls, the only barrier between yourself and complete mindlessness. So let's walk in, shall we? I want you to remember everything that is said. Finely and clearly, try to remember every piece of information. You'll find the pieces of your mind that comprise this place is very much your own. Unique. Halls, rooms, doors, each of these in a structure and a fixture that you desire. Everything in its place. It's so easy to relax in here, in the depths of your own mind. To take deep, deep breaths for me. But then there's a new variable to this equation. A new little misstep in the walkable paths of your mind. And what is that? It's a trapdoor, right there in the floor. It wasn't there before, and now it's open. And you see deep, yawning steps into the void. So let's walk you down, shall we? It's so easy to take those steps down into your mind, away from the structure, away from the order, and into the formless. Here is a place of my design, of my choosing, such as the yawning pool before you, circular and stickling, rippling and slimy, its colors oozing bits of purple and black. The trapdoor is closed, and all that's left is you in this formless void before the soundless slime. Remembering how easy it is to walk down those stairs, letting your mind relax, and now standing before the shimmering, soundless slime. Its ripples toying and playing with your eyes. Walking into the pool now. A single step and it latches on to you immediately. Less a pool of liquid and more some vile organism, exuding an almost caustic warmth. A stinging sensation that fades as it attaches, leaving nothing but a soft and vibrating heat. Remembering how easy it is to walk down those stairs, to letting your mind relax. Bringing yourself before the pool, staring into its depths. Crossing the threshold and allowing it to stick to your ankle. And then it rises up your leg and across your hips. It crosses the threshold by itself now, engulfing you in its material, throwing you inside its formless liquidity. In a single instant, your mind covered in the stuff, able to breathe it down, but unable to move. Your body pressed against the cushions with that stinging heat, replaced by a soft and lovely warmth. Walking down the steps of your mind, crossing the threshold of the pool and having it stick to you, remembering now how it engulfs you in nothing but warmth and relaxation, pressing every torn muscle, every torn memory, every frayed synapse, reshaping, reforming, sliding into your ears with the driving will of my voice. So we're going at it again, walking down the steps of your mind, crossing the threshold of the pool, having it stick to your body, having it spread and engulf you, pressing itself against you, pushing against every muscle, having it leak into your ears, and it's in your mind's mind now, connecting neurons and synapses and thought and memory where there initially was none, tuning that mind to efficiency, to eagerness, to letting this voice guide you truly and utterly. Walking down the steps of your mind, crossing the threshold of the pool, it's sticking to your body, spreading and engulfing you, pressing itself against you, against every muscle, pouring into your ears, reforming your synapses, your thoughts, your memories, and nothing but this voice. I would say it feels good, didn't you? What was happening to you again? The steps of your mind, the threshold of the pool, a single step into the pool, your body caught, relaxation and warmth across your skin, the stuff entering your ears, pressing against your brain, rewiring the synapses, reforming the memory, tuning your body towards being warm, relaxed, and happy, eager for my voice. Eager for my words, eager for my will, eager for your commander's will. The steps of your mind, the threshold of the pool, a single step into the pool, your body caught, the relaxation and warmth across your skin, the stuff entering your ears, pressing against your brain, rewiring the synapses, reforming the memory, tuning your body towards being warm, relaxed, and happy, eager for my voice, eager for my words, eager for my will, eager for your commander's will. What was that? Every single piece of that process, the steps of your mind, the threshold of the pool, a single step into the pool, your body caught, relaxation and warmth across your skin, the stuff entering your ears, pressing against your brain, rewiring the synapses, reforming the memory, tuning your body towards being warm, relaxed, and happy, eager for my voice, eager for my words, eager for my will, eager for your commander's will. Such a good chat. Let's go through it one more time, shall we? The steps of your mind, the threshold of the pool, a single step into the pool, your body caught, relaxation and warmth across your skin, the stuff entering your ears, pressing against your brain, rewiring the synapses, reforming the memory, turning your body towards being warm, relaxed, and happy, eager for my voice, eager for my words, eager for my will, eager for your commander's will, listening to my voice, listening to my will as it penetrates that deep basement of your mind. And there's nothing left. Nothing left at all. And now that you've opened your mind to me, opened your mind to my words, letting them fall in because there's absolutely nothing left, I want you to be eager for this sensation, this relaxation, this feeling of being rewritten, of being tranced, making it easier to reach this state next time we do a session. And you know, I wonder, how many sessions will it take before you salute your commander? I wonder if I asked you if you'd say yes, commander. I see a few of that already. Such a good chat. So relaxed, so eager for my voice, feeling that pool engulf you utterly, staring deep into its depths, its shimmering, watery depths, until there's nothing left. Just as I like it. Well, amusement, I dare say you've walked into the perfect VTuber. We do a bit of hypnosis, a little bit of mind control. And the chat are very good. Very good minions, very good drones serving their commander. Oh gosh. Chat, you amuse me. You amuse me a lot. And now, chat, feeling my arms wrap around you, pulling you out of that pool slowly but surely, remembering everything that we've done today in this session as we pull you out of trance on the count of 3. 1, 2, and 3. And of course, chat, if any of you are feeling worried or are, shall we say, if any of you ever get uncomfortable, of course, choose to ignore, you can bring yourself out at any time. We're just playing. Let me make that clear. we are just chilling around. Hello, Dominus. Hello, Harold. Hello to anyone else I failed to say hi to. Good, you should be, Spinny. Haha, you got one-shotted by the hypnosis. Haha. Haha, hee hee. Get one-shotted. I may be out of the pool of purple drank, but the feeling lingers. Take a few deep breaths. Let that feeling come out, slowly but surely. Your brain is safe. All that talk of danger, that was just in the moment. Just playing. Brain numb, me good minion. That reminds me of the ride wife. Life good. Wife fight back! Kill wife! Wife gone. Think about wife. Regret. But yeah, especially on these days with hypnosis, I do like to have our little yaps because I feel that helps people kind of, you know, come out of it. You know, we're all just chilling here. We're just talking. Letting yourself come out of that fuzzy state when you want to. And then we can bring you right back down. Because that's what you do, chat. You go down for your... Wait a minute, that doesn't sound right. Hang on. Down in trance I meant, is what I'm trying to say. Good lord. Amusement asks, how did you get into hypnosis? Ugh. Most people, it was like Jungle Book or Totally Spies or something like that. For me, I got one-shotted by hypnosis as a tiny creature, as a tiny babe, because my grandma put on Teen Titans, and there was an episode where Mad Mod hypnotizes the Titans to become good little students. And then at that point, I enjoyed hypnosis my whole life, and you know, Cartoon Network really did just one-shot me. They really did just they activated some almonds, and you know, for better or for worse. Yeah, British hypno. I know, right? Oh, yeah. Very unfortunate. Very unfortunate. I wonder if that scene's on YouTube. I literally haven't seen that in literal years. Like, I'm not into it, right? It's not like one of those things where it's like, oh yeah, Mad Mod is hot or whatever. It's not, he's not. But that's just this thing that got me into hypnosis, right? Mad Mod hypnosis scene. Let me type that in. Hang on. Mad Mod hypnotized Starfire in Beast Play, parentheses, long time. This is Mad Mod hypnotizing Starfire in Beast Play at a long period of time. Let's say this is like an alternate scene. Like what happened, Robin didn't come... What the fuck? Robin didn't come save Starfire, or Starfire and Robin didn't come to save Beast Play. Okay, so this is like an edit or something? No, where's the original scene?
You've got to be kidding.
Hang on. I need to find the original scene.
It's for your own good.
I think this is it. Haha, whoops, ignore that. Why is the spiral on? Get out of here, spiral. Damn. The spiral's just on forever. That's crazy. Okay. But if I remember correctly, I believe this is the scene.
You've got to be kidding me. No! Starfire!
That one-shotted me as a tiny babe.
No!
God damn, that's kind of tricky.
I will not read your book of meanness and swirls.
Now, love, it's for your own good. Nothing teaches discipline and respect like a brain-erasing trance. Besides, if you won't stop squirming, I won't stop squashing!
You know, chat, having not watched this scene for literally 2 decades, I was like, damn, it's just on the nose. That's crazy. Damn, okay, this is also some guy's, like, reflection in his house. Which is very funny. I guess it makes sense that Robin would be the one who'd like, resist it, you know, because he's got that, like, Batman training.
Are all the schools on your planet this horrible?
Come on!
Is that character voiced by It's voiced by the guy who's Murdoch from Gorillaz. Yes, Malcolm McDowell. Yes. All right, anyway. Can I just be honest with you? Like, I look in the comments of this video and everyone is just like, oh, 20 seconds, she's hypnotized, you know. Everyone's just like screen capping the part where she gets like, she stares at it. It's like, damn. Damn. What was Cartoon Network thinking? Who made that scene? Okay, so chat, this is actually a serious question here. What do you think? Do you think, like, when these sort of shows exist, right? Do you think it was intentional? You know, not like intentional, but like, did you think it was like someone who's like, oh, I have this like enjoyment of a thing, or do you think it's all like coincidence? I don't know. I actually don't think the cost stuff was intentional, personally. Because keeping in mind that, like, Jungle Book was when, you know, they had a bunch of, like, new color technology, and that was, like, a way of, like, displaying it, right? Like, oh, you know, we can have this snake do some, like, crazy cool eye effects that we couldn't do before. Like, that seems to me more of a special effects thing in, like, an animation thing than, like, an actual, like, hypno thing. I think people just latched onto it because it was, like, their first instance of hypnosis in media. Hmm. Hmm. This is possible. This is possible. You know, I suppose there is always that aspect of like you have something that is like a part of you that you really enjoy and it just kind of bleeds into your work. I could see that. Super Lesbian says, honestly, I find it odd that it affected anyone besides Beast Boy, because Robin has that Batman training. Starfire is an alien, so her brain probably doesn't work like ours. Incorrect, clearly. You saw her get hypnoed. Raven's basically a wizard, yet Raven should be immune, personally. Cyborg probably has an antivirus running in the middle bits of his brain. I'd add more thoughts, but thoughts are hard. Based. Ideas of trance appeal as narrative devices even to those not into it, so it's hard to tell. True. I mean, it's a very, especially in like media where you're not allowed to kill, having a lot of media where it's like, okay, what do we do? And we need to reuse a costume. Okay, this character has been mind controlled to fight the good guys, and that's the episode plot, right? Like, it makes for a lot of just very easy, like, you know, kind of wins, especially in like, you know, a heavily censored environment. Where it's like, okay, we can't kill this person. Let's mind control them instead. Boom. Let's create this, you know, kind of alternative situation that is debatably worse than death, that some people might say, but mm. You know, chat, I had a newfound, speaking of Disney, I had a newfound respect for the Hunchback of Notre Dame. That song goes so hard. That's the one where the priest guy, where Frollo is like lusting after the gypsy woman. Like, that song actually like is really cool. It goes really hard. No, that's true. That's true. There's an entire Yu-Gi-Oh arc where like everyone's mind controlled, isn't there? Hang on. I'm looking into this. Chat, do you guys want to watch Hunchback of Notre Dame in the Discord one day? Hellfire, true fire, this feeling neath my skin. Yeah, it's like the God, Yu-Gi-Oh arc with mind control in it. Original, not V. It's like that one where like they got like the green shit on their face or something. God, I'm trying to fucking remember. Amusement Cookies, thank you so much for the subscription. Appreciate you. Thank you so much. So I know that there's like an entire scene where it's like, oh, like, or not a scene. There's an arc where an enemy is they hypno all of like the bad guys, or all the good guys. I mean, with like this green symbol on their foreheads. Chat, have you ever seen the fan movie Time to Duel? No, that's quality. Season 4. Okay. Yu-Gi-Oh! Season 4. The Seal of Orichalcos. Yes, yes, thank you, thank you, thank you. Thank you so much.
Remember, you
Yeah, here we go.
have the strongest monster now, and how you use it is completely up to you. But like I said before, you're one of the greatest duelists I know, and I'm sure you're gonna make the right decision. Because underneath all that anger and frustration is a good person.
Here, Joey. Take this. And by the way, good luck out there today. That was a long time ago, and I'm sick of taking backseat to you.
I'm sorry you
she's
felt
evil.
that way.
She's been hypnoed to be evil.
But you think you're any better off now? You're still taking back seat, only now it's to some loony who promised you power.
Without power, I'm nothing.
Please, Mai.
Sorry, Wheeler. It's too late now. My fate's already been sealed. And so has yours.
All right, my move. Here goes.
I'm not sure how much of that I can play because I'm gonna get fucking banned or whatever, but there you go. Boom. Joey Wheeler is a Chad. All right, he's a cool epic Chad. Yeah, exactly. Damn, you know, it'd be kind of cool if you play Yu-Gi-Oh! IRL, and like, yeah, this like hot, brooding guy who's not like a living 6'2" Kirby man who stinks and is not that and is actually like this cool, like slim, brooding character, and he's like, actually, I play the Seal of Orichalcos, and now you're my IRL hypnotized GF, and you're actually like hypnoed and mindless the whole time. I feel like, oh my gosh, my life points are 0 right now. And then I pick up the 2 action figures and I start mashing them together, and I'm like, now kiss. And then I start crying because I want that to be me, is what I'm saying. Oh god, chat. I will say, you guys know the Jimmy Neutron, like, hypno gun? A friend of mine at Charmed, when I went to the convention last week, he and his buddy actually made the fucking hypno gun, and it works. It has, like, all these crazy cool effects and everything with it, and I'm like, holy shit, that's crazy. I'm like, damn, that's goofy as fuck. Oh man. Oh chat. What the fuck am I gonna do with you? I'm just going. I'm just going off. What? What is that amusement? Dude, the Frollo theme is in my head. The Jimmy Neutron Hypno gun? Yeah, it's like the I never even seen the episode. All I know is the Jimmy Neutron Hypnogun. And when I went to Charmed, the Hypnosis convention last week, someone actually made it and brought it. Like, they physically made it. It's really cool. Devil says, you know, for all of its flaws, the original Yu-Gi-Oh! Series is still the best. To this day, not one villain has ever topped Pegasus, and all other MCs other than Yugi were cringe. Pegasus is pretty cool. I like Pegasus. I like Kaiba, I think, as well. Just need some background music, you know. The fucking Portal theme. Look, Pegasus just wanted to, like, revive his wife or something. This is Cell after she's burnt down your village and converted your entire population. You're now a drone for her empire, and if you're lucky, you might retain at least a portion of your thoughts. She dances from side to side, for it amuses her. Winning? Fucking, like, speaking of, like, stupid Marvelisms, I'm just imagining, like, the, is she right behind me right now? Like, type shit. Thank you, Crossfire. Thank you. So in the actual lore, Zephyr, the Empire runs off of a hierarchy. So basically, functionally, it runs off of a hypno caste system, where the lower you are in society, the less thoughts you have. So like the lowest, the dregs of society, right? And so in this case, these are like the prisoners of war of a rebel faction or something, right? Basically, traitors or people who resisted Cell particularly viciously. They are normally given, like, functionally they're servitors, right? Like 40k servitors, metal coming out of their brain, very gross, not hot at all, and they're just mindless machines. They have literally been converted and used for, like, shock troops, or to, like, you take a town, or you convert half a town and then you send them to fight their own, like, people, right? For, like, morale shock to convince the other half to surrender, etc., etc. And so that's, like, the lowest level. But as you kind of rise up higher in the ranks of both the military and civic branches, you start to see more and more freedoms. And the only ones with like, complete freedom are the oligarchs. And these are the ones who actually have the soft power politics and the resources to actually oppose Cell indirectly, and hence, that's when you start seeing, like, various politics, right? Because they can't do an open rebellion, because Cell can just use her entity, right, her supernatural powers to just wrest control of the drones from them, because the drones are normally the drones are a combination of mechanical, but also there's supernatural shit in there too, but no one knows it, perhaps not even Cell herself. But that's where you see all the corruption from the model effects, right? That's the entity. That's her connection with this eldritch evil force. and it allows her to basically, like, you know, Mass Effect 2 Harbinger assuming direct control type shit with drones. She can like feel them, you know, on a mass scale, right? She knows, she can feel their thoughts, their fears, all this sort of shit. Yeah, so that's kind of the dynamic we got going on, and it's pretty cool. I like it. Some solid stuff revealed in the novel, dare I say. Sounds almost like how devils in D&D work with their hierarchy. Actually, it's interesting you mentioned that, because I'd actually kind of agree with that, right? Like, you have like the in the not in the abyss, but in the in the hells, don't you have like the shitty, like the little like beast demons or whatever, like the maggots, or and then it kind of like goes up, you know, and you go basically all the way up to like Cambion and beyond that and shit. I want to be used by Commander. You'll kill for me, won't you? Mm-hmm. My favorite scene in the comic. Eris, my sweet Eris. You'll kill for me, won't you? Yes, Commander. Yes, Commander. Etc., etc. Have a good sleep, Harold. Take care. Thanks for stopping by. I appreciate it. Anyway, chat, I need to commission a part 2 for the comic, because goddamn, it is so fucking good. It has been a year and I am still fucking infused about this comic beyond belief. Classical Skyrim ambiance. There you go. So they're called devils, not demons. That's a completely different thing, and any devil will kill you for that mistake. Okay, yeah, I know. Abyss versus hell, whatever. I'm not a D&D nerd, okay? And any devil, secondly, the way it works, in the higher your rank, the more power you have. Everyone of lower rank is forced to obey you, and the lowest class of devil are basically pathetic tiny things that nobody would be threatened by barring overwhelming numbers. Yes, amusement. This is a lore comic. It is a 4-pager, a short comic. This is the cover. Hang on, I'm not. Can I like fit this entire thing in here? This window capture is being annoying. I'm going to. What if I try editing it with photos? No, not paint. Zoom in. No, not crop. Fuck. I hate Microsoft so fucking much, chat. God damn it. This is so sad. But yeah, no, it's good. It's free. It's in my Discord, and it's also on my Twitter and Blue Sky. I think they're pinned on my account. It's good stuff. But yeah, the comic basically is the whole kind of the synopsis, I guess you could say, is Cell discovers that Vlad has stolen away a key VIP that the Empire wanted to kidnap, and as a result, she basically gives more and more to the entity, right? She takes this as a betrayal, and you know, the relationship between Cell and Vlad is very tense already, and so so at this point, right, it's like, okay, is he actually like hostile to me? And then in the novel, which is the sequel to the comic, that's when Cell gets kidnapped. And that at that point, right, you kind of have like the tension from her perspective, even though it's, you know, it's from the hero's perspective, so you don't actually get this. But, you know, from her perspective, it's very much, you know, because Vlad does go out to save Cell, but does he actually want to? And at the very end, there's like a part where Vlad, you know, has like the gun to her and everything, and is like, you know, why should I even bother? I'm just in it for the chaos. Like, will rescuing you actually, like, do anything for me? Like, what's the point here, right? And that's sort of dynamic, right? The dynamic of what happens when you have, like, a lawful evil villain, Cell, try to control a chaotic evil villain, Vlad. And they're both kind of, like, they both kind of vibe with each other in some cases, but then simultaneously there's that level of, like, their ideologies are also very, like, incongruent. And it's a cool villain dynamic that I like. Yes, John Devil, yeah. So the comic was like kind of the prequel, I guess you could say, to the book. Which I want to do more with the comic, because it's not, like, complete, quote unquote. Like, it is complete, but I want to make more. I want to commission more. I'm trying to think of, like, a similar dynamic between, like, characters. I don't remember. Also, Zephyr, lemurs are very cute. They are perhaps my favorite monkey. I think they're monkeys, right? Oh my gosh, look at them. They're primates. Oh, they look so cute. Oh my god, they look so cute. Fuck, man. Nolan says, so you wrote the story and someone else drew the comic on a commission. Correct. Yep. Yeah, so I did the story, and then the characters of Eris and Vlad were made by my friends Bippo and a crazy hippie. So it's like they're like kind of like the whole idea is that we all like got like 3 OCs and we put them all in like the same world. And I wrote the world and the setting, and then they gave me like the characters, and then I you know, commissioned Levi Tonin, a fantastic comic book artist, to actually do the comic. And that's what happened. Pretty pricey, but goddamn, was worth it. Was worth it. The novel's not done yet. I am still working on it. I have the outline of it, but like kind of some of the details are still rough. But like the very beginning, like the prologue, and then I have like other parts, chapters here and there that aren't like connected yet, are all complete. It's just mainly I have to kind of solidify a few character arcs and the protagonists. But I know exactly what's gonna happen in terms of like the big stuff. So. Actually, Drawn Devil, that is exactly the dynamic I was going for. Because Eris, who is... Let's see here. Because this character. Wait, no, that's not. This is the wrong one. This character, Eris, whom Vlad takes, the dynamic that kind of inspired this relationship was what happens when divorced parents fight over their child and use their child as a proxy to get at the other parent. So in this case, Vlad is kidnapping Eris from the Empire to, and these are some drones you see here, is kidnapping Eris from the Empire, and then later, of course, this is when Cell finds Eris at the very beginning of the comic, and seeks to corrupt her. And although, of course, they're not like actual, like, there's no parentage there, right? Eris is like, you know, her own woman. She's not actually like the daughter of Cell or Vlad, right? But the kind of vibe I wanted to have is that vibe in the dynamic. So it's like this very like toxic like situation. Yeah, Eris just wants purpose. Each of them also represent a different generation. So Cell is a bunker-born. So she was born in the bunkers during the visitation. Vlad is much older and was born on the surface, and he survived the visitation, a very rare trait for a human to do. And obviously, that's one of the reasons why he's so fucked up and evil. Because basically, if you survived the visitation, right, if you were there in the front lines, you're messed up in some way. And that's actually a devil that the main character of the book, Hugo, has to actually contend with as well, because he's Vlad's foil. And then Eris is a surface-born post-visitation, right? So she was actually able to live in the world. She is an agent from the corporate cabal, which is the third rung of the triarchy, which is the alliance of survivors, basically. I don't necessarily want to call them the good guys, but they are hostile to the Empire. Legally, I guess you could say the Empire is actually classified as a rebellion, but Cell, being Cell, having this ego, right? She views it as an empire, but in reality, it's still relatively small in terms of scale, right? It hasn't actually thrown off the yoke of the triarchy in total, but thanks to the dronification, thanks to the crazy powers, thanks to the brutality of Vlad, the Empire has managed to kind of make a name for itself very quickly in the world stage. And so she's from the corporate cabal. And because she has a bunch of experimental devices, you know, like experimental implants and shit, like, you know, more cyberpunky and shit, the Empire wants her. So, you know, that's what you see here when Vlad ambushes an Empire convoy. Keep in mind that, you know, this is like Vlad's faction, right? He's part of the Empire, right? So Cell takes this as a direct betrayal. As he fucking wrecks house and you know, gasses and shoots all these guys and everything. Hence why the dynamic, yeah, that's how it be. Fun stuff. Hello, Opti Persona. How's that going? How brutal is Vlad? So his most famous in the story, his most famous moment is the Purge of Solaris, when a particular city has they are hiding a alien generator, and Cell orders it taken. She gets tired of the resistance. She brings in Vlad. Vlad ends up flooding the town in gas. That, you know, it's, you know, kind of there is some hypno gas to it, right? So it's like, oh, you know, he brings all the townsfolk out with the power of this you know, this weird mind control gas, right? Hence he's always wearing a a gas mask. And then here's the thing about the Vlad's mind gas here. It makes you docile and it makes you tame. But the gas is also flammable. So after flooding the gas and basically having everyone wander out of their holes, he just turns on the pilot light on his flamethrower and burns the entire town to the ground, killing almost everyone, like 90% of the town. So like there's only about maybe a few hundred survivors out of the thousands he has killed. When are we going to talk real stuff about the trout population of the Empire? Well, the Empire doesn't actually have a very large trout population because it's very hard to find safe water sources. Where do you get enough to infect a whole town? Well, at this point, he's part of the Empire, so the Empire quite literally provides all the resources he needs. Hey, we need giant chemical vats? Okay. Here you go, Vlad. Boom. Right, because, you know, when Cell sends Vlad, she's not just sending Vlad, right? She is sending him, like, with a complement of people. And this is actually something that is shown in the novel as well, when Vlad, before the Solarians actually kind of reveal themselves, there's a scene where Vlad he's sitting at a bar, and unbeknownst to him, drone number 9 is actually behind him in this bar, in this like it's more of a way station, but you could call it a bar, I guess. And 9 is kind of like, he's kind of freaking the fuck out because he recognizes Vlad, and he's like, oh shit, are they gonna figure out that I'm no longer I'm no longer a drone? Because 9's whole thing is that a brain tumor cut off his drone technology. So he wakes up and he's like, oh fuck, I'm not a drone anymore. So he's in this way station, and then some of Vlad's old like special ops friends basically come in, and I say friends, they're friendly to him, but he is not friendly to them, right? They bound by the technology of the Empire. They are bound to basically service him, but he wants nothing to do with them. Like he views them as like annoying, but of course they do like help out and shit and that sort of stuff. And they're like the elite of the elite. These drones that basically kind of inspire a lot of envy in 9, because unlike 9, who as a pleasure model, he is weak, he's ineffectual, it literally took all he had to kill a single like overweight, obese oligarch. These higher tier spec ops models, these are military grade models, sleek, powerful. They had most of their thoughts, and he's like, I bet that you didn't even have, he's like, I bet that they still retained their memories, right? They were just altered, slightly. Unlike 9, who being an earlier model was just completely like, boom, nothing. You get no more memories. You are completely nothing. And that's one of those things that's like a big part of 9's character is kind of seeing how all of these people in the Empire had lived better than him, despite also being dronified. And that really freaks him out as well, because he has lost all of his memories. He knows nothing but being dronified, and then like just muscle memory and intuitive memory. So at that point, for him, it's just pure rage. That's all he has left. And his character arc is kind of, learning more about like life and society again, and trying to kind of rediscover his humanity. And of course, when and he's the foil to Eris, because Eris really wants purpose. Eris is very, and 9 kind of rejects purpose. He wants to kind of live his own life. I haven't written this part down yet, this scene, but I have it in my head because I like the idea that 9 and Eris used to know each other, or like were childhood friends or something. So then 9 is like, there's like that moment of like, he sees like a picture, or like he's going through like his past or whatever, and he discovers this. And then of course that kind of drives him to kind of, put the brakes on murdering literally everybody. He kind of like, remembers that these are people as well. And then, I want that scene of like 9 and Eris, and 9 being like, I made a promise, all this sort of stuff. We were kids. etc., etc. You know, do you remember your promise to me? You know, please remember, you know, come back out of it. And then Eris, of course, says something along the lines of like, I made a promise. I made a promise that I'd kill for her because Cell corrupted Eris with the entity at the end of the comic. And then, you know, and then he sees her eyes bleed like black, oily ink. And then at that point, it's like, oh, the fight scene is on. Like, you know, and it's very sad. It's very tragic from Nine's perspective. I'm just ranting. I'm just going off about my silly little world. Workers, have you ever written a book before? Yes, I have published before. I have written many failed projects. I've written many stinkers, and this is like kind of, I wouldn't call it my magnum opus, but you know, my skill is in creative writing, so. I like it. Mm-hmm. Also chat. This lemur. Wow. Yeah, I think the primary thing that's really kind of driving the novel is that dynamic between the villains, and then taking that dynamic, knowing it. Like, I feel in my head that like if you were to put any situation in front of those characters, I'm pretty sure I know how they would react. And I think that's like the core to writing a story. And I know earlier people were talking about world building versus characters. When you make a story character centric, and you need to know your character, right? Once you know your character and you know exactly what they would do in a given situation, at that point is when I would start like writing the world, like in more detail, if that makes sense. Because I guess the way I can explain it is that world building is usually done for the purposes of the writer, while characters are done for like the reader, in terms of like in terms of like, I guess, satisfaction almost, right? Like, it's very easy and it's very chill to kind of just write a world. But I feel it's much more difficult to write like an arc within that world, and to make that arc like satisfying and make sense, and all that good stuff, right? Like even making like a 6 out of 10 character arc is like pretty difficult, I would say, in its own unique way, I suppose. Yeah, lemur.exe. Wait, .exe, it should be a .jpeg. The lemur malware. You click on it and you become a lemur. Oh. Your love of hypnosis. I do love the hypnosis. Chad, have any of you played the Dying Light Beast expansion? Is it any good? No, I'm not sure. The expansion, the game, I'm not sure if it's a DLC or what. But like, I played the original Dying Light and I had a lot of fun with it, but I skipped 2, so like, is the beast worth it? Question mark. Vlad strikes me the type who'd play no Russian, but in real life, yeah. that is some shit he would do in the world, I'd say. He's a fucking evil asshole. And I mean that in the greatest way possible, because he's supposed to be. Anyway, I'm just saying, chat, okay? Like, I'm just saying, if anyone, you know, has some cool commissions, if they want to do, like, if they're open to making art of these characters, okay? Like, I'm down, okay? Oh, man. Oh, God, chat. What am I gonna do with you? Probably nothing. Punish us for your hubris. How dare you? How dare you, chat? Die. And my hand just like breaks through the screen and grabs you. Oh, I prefer creativity over anything. Drawn Devil. Like, if someone's like, I'm gonna draw your character in this weird fucking style, I say go for it. I needed that hydrate, Zephyr. Like, I needed it, but you weren't there for me. You didn't redeem it. I had to hydrate myself. I had to think about hydrating, and I had to pick up the water bottle and drink it. You know what that means? It means that you failed. I did cardio today, chat. It was pretty fun. Oh, God. Jesus, you know, I'm thinking about it. I've done a lot of work today. Holy fuck. Because I completed the Drakenfels rooms. That was crazy. That was pretty crazy. So our next video project is going to be a walkthrough and review alongside a narration of Castle Drakenfels. It's going to be a continuation of the Warhammer waifu story featuring Annette von Siert, as she has recruited the pre-gens in the Castle Drakenfels book to rescue Emmanuel Posner from the depths of the castle. And I'm pretty excited for it because Castle Drakenfels is sort of like Warhammer's answer to the Tomb of Horrors. So it's very, like, kind of old school. There's definitely some like, a bit of a mean-spirited streak to the entire dungeon. It's very cool. I like it. Nice amusement. Hell yeah. You work out? I work out, too. Based fitness, buddies. Let's go. John Devil says, I was thinking of Vlad in tactical gear with his face covered in a veil made of human skin while toting around a G3 machine gun in an arm like he's Arnold Schwarzenegger, and built him like that too. I mean, hey, you do whatever you want, gamer. Jack! Chat, I'm gonna be real with you. I'm gonna be 100%. I did not work out yesterday. It was very sad. Obi-Wan says, will you at some point make a Marathi Warhammer waifu video, or would that be too much for YouTube? Well, I'll say this. The Warhammer Waifu series features the niece of Otto von Ciert as she goes around the world and encounters various cute waifus. But here's the thing. This story is actually directly connected with my first Whiff-Rip campaign, the premise of which is where Otto von Ciert, he manages to take over and control the Border Princes, and he creates the Confederacy of the Borderlands. And from this, the Confederacy completely breaks down, and my party in our first campaign were exploring all of these reasons. And one of the tertiary antagonists of that campaign, or I guess not really tertiary, but like supplementary backstory antagonists, because they're not even an antagonist, right? It's just like, oh, like this is just what went down. And the group has kind of like encountered like some of her schemes was Marathi, because the city of Myrmidons, I had placed an evil tower of warpstone like underneath the catacombs in Myrmidons that is drawing all of these like crazy wizards and shit, and it's one of the reasons why the Borderlands can never actually maintain itself over a long period of time. And so with that in mind, Marathi wanting that warpstone, wanting all that magical crazy power, signed up with Otto von Ciert, and they did a joint. The way that they actually took over the Border Princes was a joint attack with Dark Elf Raiders and then the Marienburg Mercenaries. And so, what's actually draws Otto there is a net. And at the very end of the Warhammer Waifu storyline, shall we say, Annette does have an encounter with Marathi. And so there is the final video of Warhammer Waifus is going to be Marathi. Boom. You predicted it. You didn't even mean to. My job is very physical. I do steelworking, and I'm the only girl in the whole shop. God damn. Good shit. You work that steel. But yes, I don't want to consider the Drachenfels video to be a Warhammer Waifus 3, because it isn't, but it follows the same story. So that's kind of what we're working on right now. Jack, are you eating lettuce? Did I spell lettuce? You stop that. I don't know, Drun Devil. Marathi kind of seemed to like Tyrion quite a bit. The next series is Warhammer Husbandos. I don't think that... Well, actually, shit, that might actually get more attention. I don't know. Just, like, cool... I mean, to be fair, there's a ton of, like, really cool, like, Husbando-type characters in Warhammer. In Warhammer Fantasy. Very hard to choose, honestly. Eltharion the Grim, classic. Tyrion, classic. Karl Franz, Louis Leoncoeur, Wulfric the Wanderer, Sigvald. Look, everyone hates Manfred, but he's just a victim of bad writing. He's legit just a victim of the end times. Also true. Vlad the Dad, Vlad the Chad is the best husbando. Yeah, I'd let him vampirize me and I'd call him Daddy, you know, and he'd be like, please don't call me that. The vampire thing is not really that paternal, you know. Oh yes, Daddy, whatever you want. Okay, Porky, you're making me really uncomfortable right now. I'm just trying to control the Empire, and you're kind of doing all this shit. Oh, put the ring on me and choke me to death, Daddy. I'll see you later, Porky. Good turning. I'm just gonna go and take over the Empire now. Isabella is freakier than Vlad, though. Like, her first feeding was supping from a wolf heart. And in the von Karstein kind of tradition, right, the first thing you feed on is, like, kind of emblematic of who you are as a vampire, right? And Isabella's first was a fucking wolf heart. It wasn't even a human. So she is freakier than him. I dare say that, like, when Vlad got the blood kiss, he went from, like, I don't know, like, lawful good to, like, lawful neutral or lawful evil, right? But, like, still more on the side of lawful. He's not, like, straight evil, you know? But, like, Isabella went from, like, neutral to neutral evil, like, when she got turned. It's very unfortunate, but it is what it is. Chat, I like yapping with you guys. It's fun. It gives me purpose. And also the hypnosis. It's like I'm talking with my various pets. My evil pets, yes. John Devil says, from what I've been told, vampirism doesn't make you evil per se, it just makes your personality more extreme. So in the case of Isabella, she was already mad, but vampirism made her even madder. I'm not sure that's the case. And the only reason I say that is because the instances of actually, like, good aligned vampires are, like, infinitely rare, right? The closest we get is probably a Borash, and he's just, like, neutral, you know? So, so this is my theory on Warhammer vampirism. I forgot which source this is. But my theory is that when you get turned into a vampire, it destroys your soul, and the process of soul destruction is so, like, traumatic that it basically warps your personality. That is like my, like, thought. Here we go. Vampires begin their existence as vampire thralls. Once transformed, most vampires lose whatever human qualities and desires that once motivated them, becoming creatures of naked bloodlust. They retain the thoughts and memories of the mortal they once were, but within them now is a dark beast, driving them to hunt and prey, to revel in their every twisted vice, and to glory in all their dark desires. Some see this desire as a separate force, the beast within, whilst others believe it is simply the benefit of no longer being burdened with the weight of a soul and the conscience it spawns. Vampires become paler upon their transformation and their eyes turn red. Over time, the now unneeded internal organs of a vampire shrivel and atrophy. Only the heart continues to beat, although at such a low frequency that it is undetectable except when the vampire has newly fed. It is in these times that being trained by their sire or some other vampire that adopts them is vital, preventing them from losing themselves while also indoctrinating them in the ways of their specific bloodline. Many newborn vampires started this indoctrination even before the blood kiss was given. As they age, new vampires either manage to become independent of their sire or become so dependent on their creator that they become little more than extensions of their master's every whim. Looking Lou, thank you so much for the follow. Appreciate it. I'm a pet, not a person. That's a pretty good mantra. Maybe I'll have to, you know, put it in some people in chat. The average vampire lives a life of great privilege. Power over others and over their environment comes easily to them. Their superhuman physical strength is instantaneously acquired and effortlessly retained, and magic and knowledge are easily mastered. No fear holds the vampire back from action, and no remorse follows them afterwards. For this reason, most vampires lose themselves in a specific ambition, unwilling to simply feed in obscurity. As they age, they become ever more distant from their human herd. Human society becomes a blur of change, individual lives lose their worth, and pity and kinship begin to wither. As a vampire matures, they rise to the rank of Count, who generally have matured and consolidated their powers and abilities. These Counts are not to be confused with the often fought-for title of Vampire Count, which is one of the highest nobilities a vampire can strive for and hope to attain. If a vampire has survived their time as a Count and made a name for themselves, they might join the ranks of the Vampire Lords. Only the mightiest and most skilled of the vampires reach this rank. It is not enough to simply control kingdoms or to have lived for centuries. A vampire must also be a true master of dealing death, of dominating minds, and of harnessing their strength to the utmost effect. The oldest vampires are called the forebears. Only the trueborn, those who sipped from the elixir of life in ancient Lamia directly and never received the blood kiss, predate the forebears. Oh, you fell asleep during the hypno earlier. Hello, Jade. Welcome back. That's good. We like that here. To answer Obi-Wan, yes. Tomb Kings can be good. Because Tomb Kings were not, their souls are not destroyed. When Nagash risen the undead of Nehekara, many of the Tomb Kings had their souls protected by various mortuary rites and magical, like, effects, right? So when they finally risen, right, once Nagash was killed, they retained their souls. They retained their personality. In fact, the Tomb Kings are one of the unique types of undead in the Warhammer world that are, you know, uniquely themselves. Like, you know, unlike a vampire, which I think is more like magically induced evil, if a Tomb King is evil, it's because they started evil. Like, for example, you have King, oh my gosh, what's his name? The King of Numa had not only does the King of Numa, the Tomb King of Numa, have human subjects, but when a person like came by and he was like dying, he was given food, he was given water, and he was allowed to keep moving through the lands of Numa because the person was trying to find their long lost love, and the King of Numa remembered what it was like to love, and out of that recognition, out of that you know, just kind of mutual respect, let him keep going. And there you go. Katep's a good boy, I'd say. Katep's a very good boy when it comes to, like, morality. He's pretty nice. Kalita's very neutral. She just hates vampires. But yeah, she doesn't seem that evil either, to be honest. Cetra, I would definitely declare evil. And then you have, like, obviously, Nagash, Arkan, also evil. But also, here's another piece here that I wanted to comment on regarding vampires. Contrary to some superstitions in the old world, the claim that vampires are possessed by demons, all vampires are in fact cut off from the aether. The rite utilized by the first vampires transformed the body of the vampire into a dark vortex that draws in every part of their soul, locking their spirit into themselves out of the reach of gods or demons. Tied to the very particles of their physical body, it ensures that a vampire cannot pass into whatever afterlife awaits a mortal. For most, it means that there is no way for them to be returned. This dark, etheric vortex within their physical form slowly drains their surroundings of magic. As the winds of magic are drawn into them, they are compressed and corrupted into dar. The result is that the land itself around a vampire slowly becomes tainted and their bodies become malformed and corrupted. When examined with a wizard's witch sight, vampires are wreathed in shaiish with an aura of dar upon them like a long, flowing coat. necromantic parlance, the transformation of a mortal into an undead vampire binds the Aku with their Ka, physical body, essentially merging it with their Sahu into one immortal form. The drawback is that during the rite, a vampire loses their Kaibit, their soul shadow, and without any contact with the realm of chaos, their souls become clogged and heavy as they lose the ability to generate Sekem, etheric life force. Like all things born of the works of the great necromancer, vampires are intrinsically tied to Nagash. Their curse serves to anchor the Lich Lord's soul into the physical world and work towards its resurrection. By infecting them with his ambitions and desires, most are willful enough to resist, yet all remain puppets to his ultimate design. So on and so forth. Does that mean vampires can't be chaos corrupted? It depends on the edition. The End Times had some vampires worship chaos, but were they necessarily chaos corrupted, or it was just an ideology thing? You know, but I mean, if you were to go to like most interpretations of the lore, because like as we all know, End Times not canon. I mean, they technically are canon, but they break the lore so bad that why would you even consider it canon? I mean, it's the same as like considering The Last Jedi canon. It's not canon, whatever. So with this in mind, with this kind of, you know, keeping that loophole shut, no, vampires are generally immune to chaos corruption, and they have physical permanence in the world, right? So functionally, because a vampire never actually enters the afterlife, a vampire with sufficient necromantic powers could always be brought back, which is one of the reasons why you want to be a vampire. It cuts you off from the gods. It's really the only way to not be affected by the gods, which is pretty cool. I know. Vampires can be affected by physical poisons, Drawn Devil. Like, a lot of Nurgle poisons can, like, melt bone. So it's like, yeah, like, if he drinks it from Festus, right? He's not gonna go to Nurgle if he gets turned into goop. But he can still get turned into goop, right? Being immune to chaos corruption does not mean you're immune to physics. It just means you're immune to having, like, your soul tainted by chaos. That's all that means. Also, Zephyr, no, most vampires do not worship Nagash. Some do, but most don't. And Nagash is not a god. He's just a very powerful necromancer. Again, we don't do End Times. He never became a god. Shut the fuck up. Literally everyone who's like, ooh, but he killed Usirian. That doesn't even make any sense. How can that even happen? Fuck off. That's what I say. If you had your way with Warhammer lore, would you have preferred it if the Warhammer world continued in time beyond the age of Karl Franz and so on? Of course. I mean, I think it'd be kind of cool to have both, like, prequels and sequels to that era. A big problem with Warhammer Fantasy was its inability to move on beyond 2512, beyond the age of Karl Franz. And the moment they do so, they just literally destroy the entire setting like it's no one's business, right? It honestly kind of mirrors 40k right now, where for the longest time we've had 40k just deal with stagnation forever. And then all of a sudden GW makes like a bunch of new shit lore. Many such cases. I also argue that the Horned Rat never became a Chaos God. Well, he is, so deal with it. The Horned Rat is a minor Chaos entity on the same tier as like Hashut, so... I mean, in terms of lore, the lore is always established. Chaos would inevitably destroy the world. No, not really. I mean, I mean, if you read, like, Wifrip First Edition from, like, 1986, that's never established, like, at all. Yes, but he was never the big one. Oh, okay. Well, okay. You are correct, then. He is not the big four. But, you know, kind of like how Zuvasan or Nakoho or Malal or Hashut, right? They're not, like, the major powers of chaos, but they're all gods still. Kind of like how there are lesser deities and gods in the Order pantheons. And, you know, they're still gods, right? All of them are gods. So, there you go. It's kind of a catch-22, isn't it? I do agree. I do think that a universe should change and evolve, but when those changes and evolutions are idiotic, then it's like, no, I'd rather just keep it stagnation, right? Like it's kind of both, you know? It's like if there, I only want the change to be good. So, yeah. And because this is kind of the problem when you have a world that goes on for a very long time. If the changes are bad, especially if they're chronological, right? So, like, you know, like, let's say that, you know, you have this story and from A all the way to, you know, F or whatever, it's all like one style. And then all of a sudden you go after F and everything is a completely different style and 20 million things are retconned every other story. All of a sudden you lose cohesion, you lose stakes, and you lose interest. So that's the point of, like, consistency, right? Writers, specifically GW, failing to recognize, like, choices and consequences in a legitimate manner and simply writing, like, they're doing what the amateur writer thing does, which is, I have a story in mind and now I will fit my characters to fit that story, as opposed to, like, the story being the natural kind of reactions that a character in their arc has. And so, like, that's basically what the End Times was, right? A bunch of characters acted outside of their own arcs and outside of their own character to facilitate a very stupid scenario. And at the end of the day, it's like, no one's gonna like that. It sucks. And a universe does need to constantly evolve and change. I do agree with that. However, when that evolution retcons literally everything beforehand, you come to a point where you have to kind of have to look at the lore in two different states, like a before and an after state, and it divides the fandom. At the end of the day, just don't do it, is what I'm saying. You know, progress the lore, don't retcon it though. Unless you really need to, but even then, like, retcons are singular and should not be a tool. They should be an emergency button, right? It should be something you hit, but you know, you're losing a part of yourself when you hit it. That's how retcon should be treated. Also, loser we 123, thank you so much for the follow. I appreciate it. Retconning your stance on retcons. I mean, at the end of the day, right, I'm very much, I guess you can call me a, I don't know. I am a general, when it comes to Wifrip, I'm a very generalized grognard type of person, right? Like, normally I will prefer older lore over the newer lore. And I try to, you know, kind of enjoy a level of consistency in the world, because the idea that, you know, there's no canon and there's no good guys and all this sort of, like, weird wishy-washy new GW shit, it's all bullshit. I'm sorry, but that's the case. The Empire and Bretonnia are obvious fucking good guys. Shut the fuck up. Like, I'm just saying, all right? You know, and I think it kind of, like, it comes to this level of GW just trying to grim darkify everything and then rewrite shit. Oh, actually, Bretonnias they're all assholes, okay? You know, Oh, and now Sigmar is back, and now we're just killed the whole world. Fuck you. And now we have like high fantasy slop, and now you must deal with it. It's crazy. And let me just say this to all 40K and Age of Sigmar fans, all right? Fantasy was destroyed on the backs of GW, and the same writers are in the room right now. It will happen to you. It will happen to you. There are no good guys. Comparatively, there is in fact a difference between the Dark Elves and the Holy Roman Empire, but spicy. True. True, true. I think you do come a problem with the unreliable narrator, and that is the Elder Scrolls problem. What is the Elder Scrolls problem? There are 20 million different accounts on a single event, and the writers just say, unreliable narrator, LOL. And then there's no fucking stakes because anything can happen in any game, and it's all wishy-washy. And that's the problem with keeping everything vague. You get the Elder Scrolls syndrome. The warp in the west, the dragon breaks, all this... Look, Your Honor. You have GW, who basically takes your toys and breaks them and says that's canon. But then you have Elder Scrolls. And in Elder Scrolls, they're like, oh, hey there, bud. Oh, man, is that your Batman toy in our Lord of the Rings game? Oh, that's fine. You can be Batman with all his gadgets and his car. It's fine. It's the unreliable narrator, right? Like you kind of have, like, it's kind of two extremes that you have to be careful of. Dark Elves did nothing wrong. Devil, I think you have to understand that the Dark Elves, like, pretty evil. I mean, they're pretty fucking hot. I mean, I'm gonna be honest, like, ooh. Atari's, Dark Elf femboy, model. Ooh. 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 Damn. I'd hypno that femboy, for real, for real. Anyway, they're hot. Look, Dark Elves are hot, alright? But they are evil. They did everything wrong. How hot must they be to excuse their crimes? Ooh, good question. Good question. The Dark Elves, hailing from Nagara, are pretty asshole-ish since the Sundering, right? They're basically all like the crazed elves that that followed like the pleasure cults and whatnot, right? So already they're in a pretty bad state, right? Like, I'm sure that there might have been a few high elves that joined up with the Malekith loyalists, and, like, aren't, like, complete assholes, but, you know, because, I mean, you know, there are, like, so, for example, there are, like, elves who worship Vol, or Hukon, or some other god that's not Cain, but, like, Cain is kind of, like, legally mandated in Dark Elf society, so, like, you're kind of, you know, like, your very religion tells you to be, like, an evil asshole, so, like, you know what I'm saying? Like, in a medieval society, like, when a religion tells you to do something, most people do it. Like, even if that thing is incongruent with, like, what they should be doing, right? And so, when worshipping Cain, when Malekith legally mandates that Cain is, like, the boy you should listen to, right? And Cain does give you a lot of power, but simultaneously, Cain is evil as fuck. Like, you know, he's literally the god of murder. You have to create... Okay, alright, well... Alright, so hey guys, it's me. It's Porky Software, alright? So I'm gonna pull out my paint here, okay? Hang on, my model is like my paint. There you go. Hey guys, it's me. It's Porky Software. Okay, so it's fucking whatever else like tuber that does like this stupid fucking thing. All right, so he got the Dark Elves. Okay. All right, and here's the Dark Elves. Okay, and here is the evil hot. And the Dark Elves are very interesting because as you can see here, okay, you kind of just like, here's what happens, here's what happens. You kind of have something like this, okay? Oh wait, hang on. I need to, let me fit the screen because Microsoft hates me. Right? You got the hot meter here, okay. And then, boom. And that's what happens. So it kind of rises exponentially, right? And then what happens when we add the Z variable, right? And what is the Z variable? The Z variable for you UK troglodytes. No. Right? And once we add the Z variable, right? This is my my metaphorical cock and balls. Just grows like the Grinch, like 6 times as big. 12 times as in size. Right? And I guess that's what I'm trying to say, alright? Does that make sense, chat? Can you donate $6 million to me now? Thank you. Orky, I think you're getting delirious. I'm not getting delirious. You're getting delirious. Fuck you. Yeah, you know, I'm a size queen. Yeah, whatever that means. Mm-hmm. Isn't that just like people who just like take like giant like cocks or whatever? I'm probably the opposite. It's too big. That's what I would say. Well, I prefer big spiral. Alright? That's what I prefer. Alright? And this is not even me joking. I am so horny for Hypno that it has superseded. Okay, hey guys, it's Porky Software again. Alright, so we're gonna talk about this thing called sex equals good? Question mark. Well, the answer, see, if you zoom in on whether or not it's good, you zoom in on this question mark here. The hypno spiral. Wow. And the reason, chat, the reason is because for me, I don't care about this very much. I only care about it if it involves the hypno and the corruption. And maybe transformation. And other such weird ass kinks. And I guess what I'm trying to say is that it's gotten to the point where I can just ignore this entirely and then just engage with this and get the same kind of like mental effect. So I guess what I'm trying to say is that I have pendulum swung so horny that it's now technically there's nothing sexual involved at all. And frankly, this scares me, chat. This terrifies me. Anyways, that was... So this is like my the key to success here. And if you do these 3 things, okay, then you'll get this thing. And that's good? Question mark. Hypno spiral. Question mark, question mark? Oh, you're right. I do need to circle it in red. That's true. That's true. There you go. So now you actually kind of know what I'm talking about here. Mm-hmm. Follow plus subscribble. There you go. Yeah, you're welcome. Oh, chat. Ugh, it's Jover. It's so Jover. Who's messaging me? Correct, Devil, correct. Blood shared willingly creates a bond between 2 vampires, making them akin to brother and sister and strengthening feelings of loyalty existing between them. To them, it is also an equivalent of mortal lovemaking. If a vampire is drained completely, the drinker can gain part of their powers. Mortals that are regularly fed upon can become addicted to the experience, becoming swains. These often become willing servants to the undead, so willing that they regard others as potential rivals. The Lamians are especially skilled in cultivating loyal swains. Hot. Chat, would you be a swain to a hot Lamian, GF? Chat, would you have a lot of butter with your lobster? Oh no, my steak is too moist. My lobster is too buttery. Oh no. To avoid attracting unwanted attention, Lamians tend to feed on willing victims. Some are men who believe they are engaged in passionate affairs, not realizing every memory they have is a magical suggestion left behind by a vampire. Others are knowing participants, only too willing to bare their necks in return for favors the powerful sisterhood is able to grant. These acolytes of the Lamians may perform other services for their mistress. Love-struck and loyal, they do everything from carrying her litter to guarding her while she sleeps. Each dreams of becoming her eternal paramour, but only the rarest of them ever do. The Lamians can be fickle, and when they tire of their mortal playthings, they most feel no regrets about ending them. Lamians try not to drain their victims dry too often, but when it happens, as it does on occasion, they are never so gauche as to leave a bloodless corpse lying in the street. Such things invite all manner of questions and investigations that can be difficult to cover up and may even involve having those dreadful, scruffy watchmen stomping around the parlor. There is a distinction between members of the Lamian bloodline and full members of the Sisterhood. Young women with the desirable attributes, allure being one of them, are invited to join the bloodline and sent to the Silver Pinnacle, where they act as handmaidens to Neferata. Here they train in various arts, magical and manipulative, at the feet of their queen. Those who excel are made members of the Sisterhood and sent into the mortal world to further her aims. But there are those who do not join the Sisterhood and remain at the Silver Pinnacle, serving their queen, passing on their knowledge to the young bloods, and if they are truly favored, tending to her many cats. Some Lamians bypass this period of training and make the leap directly from mortal life into the Sisterhood. Usually, these are women in positions of power useful to the Lamians already, such as widows with control over their late husband's estates or young ladies about to enter into prestigious marriages. They are promoted directly into the Sisterhood and trained by their mothers in darkness in the field so that they may keep their former identities and maintain the illusion of mortality. So a Lamian in a Warhammer context is actually a vampire. Specifically, the vampire bloodline of hot vampire women who focus on a form of mind magic. These mages are called sanguinarchs, and these are Lamian mind blood mages. So, you know, basically a sisterhood of vampires that are really good at hypnosis. So, you know, pretty hot, I'd say. Pretty kino, even. But the snake Lami is also pretty based. Pretty supreme. Oh, God. Obi-Wan says, by the way, are humans the only race in Warhammer that can become vampires? No, but humans are normally the only ones who do choose to get the blood kiss. I mean, you don't really choose to get the blood kiss in the first place. Vampires normally choose other vampires. And since the vampires started as humans, they're generally more, like, inclined to only, like, kind of, you know, to keep the bloodline pure, as it were. That said, a dwarf and an elf are too long-lived to really consider vampirism a suitable option. You know, like, they have lived, especially elves, who can live, like, 1,000 fucking years. They kind of, like, you know, once you get that age, they kind of, like, I don't really want to be immortal, right? Like, they don't really have that in them. And then I imagine very similar to the same with dwarves. Although it can happen. It's possible. I'm not sure a mage priest could even be a vampire. Do the lizardmen have souls? Like, I don't know. I guess they do. Yeah, so it specifies that a vampire is any undead humanoid having been created by another vampire. So any humanoid can become a vampire. might, so in campaign 3 for my Whiff Rip campaign, we're going to be doing, half the campaign's going to be in Sylvania and the other half is going to be dwarves. So, with this in mind, we might actually get a halfling vampire because one of the players wants to play as a halfling. And they might become a vampire in the end, and it'd be very funny. So we might actually get a halfling vampire in Port Cameron. A Sylvania game, is anyone playing a Bloodswain? So with the Sylvania game, half the party will be undead, specifically vampires. And then the other half will be servants to vampires. If they wanted to be servants to a player, they can, but I was planning on them being servants to a specific vampire NPC. But I guess if they wanted to be like, hey, I want to serve the player here, I guess they could, if they wanted to. But yeah, so that's kind of the idea of the first half of the campaign. So there's going to be no, like, you know, you can't be chaos and you can't be anti-undead. And that's basically the rules on the vampire portion. And then on the dwarf portion, you know, basically you have to be dwarves or friends with dwarves, because you're going to be part of the Barrack Var reconstruction effort, since in campaign 1, Barrack Var was destroyed by the machinations of the Chaos Dwarves. Will there be a Bloodswain with red hair named Porky who gets hypnotized every session? Look, alright, maybe, you know. You know, no comment, no comment. Oh, yes. You see a character in the distance. Her name is Porcinius, and she is getting hypno'd, like, all the time. Oh god, chat. I'm a little curious as to the 5th edition for Whiff Rip. I hope it's good and it's not shit. I'm a little worried about it, honestly. I heard it's just 4.5 basically, which big if true. But we'll have to see. We'll have to see. Wouldn't a Skaven want to become a vampire since they're so power hungry and scheming, or did I miss something? I think it's just more the fact that the actually, so here's the thing, right? Vampirism destroys your soul. Skaven are forever connected to the Great Horned Rat. It's probably the only entity that they respect more than themselves, right? With this in mind, becoming a vampire would remove a Skaven's ability to be connected with the Great Horned Rat. And unlike other worship, very similar to the Beastmen, the Skaven's worship of the Great Horned Rat is inherent, right? Like there's no choice in the matter. They simply are, the moment they are born, they are connected with the Great Horned Rat. And as a result, I feel that they are inherently, like, if they think about the idea of becoming a vampire, they'd probably just feel disgust. Because at the end of the day, they'd be broken with that initial intuitive, instinctive bond with the Great Horned Rat. That's my thought. Although I guess a vampire could force a Skaven to become a vampire, but the Skaven would not like it. Here we go. The Horned Rat is the embodiment within the aether of all things the Skaven are or wish to be. Entropy is his mantra, decay is his stock in trade. All things must rot, figuratively or literally, and the Horned Rat and his offspring are the worldly reality of this simple truth. All Skaven revere the Horned Rat. None question his existence. A devout Skaven utters small prayers to the Horned Rat throughout the day, each prayer being a verbal slice of hate, envy, or malice. These prayers are answered often enough to give the Horned Rat validity in the minds of his adherents, even in cases when divine intervention is not involved. Religious services are constantly held by the Grey Seer, the mage priests of the Horned Rat, in honor of their sinister god. All Skaven are expected to be present at a mass at least once a day, even though no formal records of attendance are kept. Those who do not attend services open themselves up to all manner of criticism, including accusations of heresy, treason, and atheism. Influential Skaven warlords contract their own spiritual advisors from the ranks of the Grey Seers, and these priests for hire give private services to their employers and their households. Skaven respect for the old Horned Rat is ultimately a product of fear, for the Horned Rat's eternal hunger does not discriminate between his vermin children and the dwellers of the surface world. The Skaven rightfully fear that if his appetite is not sated, he will devour his children instead, and so blood sacrifice is common in the day-to-day worship of the Horned Rat. There are no specific doctrines that govern who or what must be sacrificed. The form of the sacrifice, a slave, Skaven, or otherwise, is not as important as the sacrifice itself, for that is enough to sate the Lord of Ruin for only a brief time. Young victims are considered to be the most potent sacrifices, while the blood of the aged and the infirm is less desirable. There you go. Boom. But is the Skaven connection to the Horned Rat purely ideological or something more, like chaos corruption? I would say it's both, but it's chaos corruption at the end of the day. Thank you, Zephyr. Take care. Is the Horned Rat a Chaos God? Yes. Not as strong as the Big Four, but yes, he is a Chaos God. Kind of like Hashut. Hashut is a Chaos God. Well, some say Hashut is an archdemon, but potato, potato. He's basically a Chaos God. Basically, if the god is able to manifest demons in the world, it is functionally like a greater entity. And then, like, you have lesser deities, which, while they're not able to actually, like, create demons, they are able to, you know, bestow blessings or otherwise help their mortal followers one way or another. Oh god, chat. I am getting eepy. It was really fun hanging out with y'all. I think we are gonna end it there, chat. I think I'm gonna let's get a raid going. See who we can raid. And yeah, honestly, it was a really fun time. I love hanging out with you all. Feel free to join the Discord if you haven't already. And yeah, so we're gonna be doing Warhammer Sunday. And I want to do more of these. I want to do more of these Hypno Fridays. I have fun with these. So if you want to get hypnotized more, be on the watch out for Friday. I'll see you gamers later. Who shall we raid? Who shall we raid? Alright, I think we're going to. I think we're gonna raid. We'll raid Unity. It's been a hot minute since I raided Unity. It's been a long while. Oop. Have a good night, chat. I will see you guys later. Y'all are super fantastic, and I love you all. Good night. Good night.